It's finally time to continue the adventure. The Crown of Kings has been stolen by the Archmage and taken across the Backlands to Mampang. You have been sent to get it back. Should you fail, the whole of Kakabad will surely fall. Journey began. It was about 11 months ago. We've been on the road a while. From the outpost settlement in Analand, you crossed the Shamutanti Hills. Along the way, you survived a meeting with the witch Aliana, travelled with a Minimite who almost cost you your life, and fought and killed the dreaded Manticore. You faced starvation and disease. We had a rough time in the hills. A test of character. Invert those clouds. To survive, you used your blade often. You acted selfishly. Your spirit guide changed as you changed, becoming the eagle. But all of that now seems a distant memory, for you are approaching Kharé, a city port of traps. Founded on a ford of the Jabaji River, Kharé was once a camp for the pirates who ambushed merchants sailing from Lake Lumley to the sea. But the camp grew. It became a village. The village became a town, and now Kharé is a magnet for ne'er-do-wells and thieves, ruled over by a council of villains. It can't be avoided. Let that city do its worst. I'm ready for you. It's a place of treachery and traps. You'll have to be constantly on your guard as you cross. Your goal is the North Gate, the only entrance to the Backlands and the next stage of your journey. If your quest is to succeed, you must enter the city port of traps and make it out alive. Inkle presents. It's been a while. Steve Jackson's Sorcery. We're finally doing book 2, lads. And this is the stream for today. Again, hello to the YouTube crowd, because they're gonna be like kind of in shock and horror when it's like a 3-hour video that's uploaded. We're going uncut for this one, because we're basically reading a book. You can't slice and dice that. So how's it going, lads? It's good to see you. Click your character to continue. Twilight already. The great city of Kharé has loomed large on the horizon all day, but has been slow to reach. The path tracing great loops back and forth through a deep and narrow pass. And this is the actual drawing from the book. I have this on my shelf. I love that about these games. Okay, walk on. You've not seen a living soul since you left the Svin, so you are naturally cautious when you round a bend in the path and see a beggar crouched low against a rock, muttering to himself. Go say hi to the beggar. You stop out of sight behind an outcrop, but the beggar does not look like much of a threat. He doesn't seem too dangerous. We could just watch him, we could try slip past, or we could approach him. We'll just stare at him a while. You watch in silence. The beggar is clearly quite mad. His head twitches from one side to the other every few minutes, and he mutters and murmurs to himself. Hide in the rocks, sir! Hiding in the rocks! Okay, so this guy is not mentally sound. OMG, it's Kevin! Oh no. Destructibot, thank you for the 400 bits. Greer, thank you for 100. Thank you as ever to everyone subscribing and giving bits. Let's just steer clear of him. There is no way to go around him in the narrow pass, but you determine to keep your head low and move quickly. He does not notice you until your shadow crosses his face. Then he leaps to his feet, drawing a short stick from inside his cloak. Who goes there? He demands. What's your business in Kharé? I'm probably pronouncing this wrong. Kharé? I don't like the sound of that. It sounds like I got a bit of phlegm in my throat. Greetings, old man. I am a traveler. I am on a quest. Just be very upfront. The man prods a little harder with his stick. A quest? A quest for what? We probably shouldn't tell him that we're after the Crown of Kings, because there's spies everywhere. Pronounce it Karen? I don't think it's pronounced Karen. We're gonna do Kharé, okay? Kharé. Got a bit of a roll on it. I can't tell you that. The stick wavers in the man's hand, but he does not lower it. I asked you a question, he says, with all the courage he can muster. Answer me, or you'll face the consequences. Just knock him down is an option. Get out of my way, old man. Very well then, you reply coldly, rolling up your sleeves. I'm the city guard, he warns you. Don't think I don't know how to fight. In a fist fight, damage is lower and power refreshes more quickly. Okay. So, for combat, as a refresher, basically you have an attack power level that you set. It costs kind of some of your stamina here, and you want to just try get higher than them. You can also block, which costs no stamina and will recharge some of your attack power. We're going to go in for a 6. He's going to block, so he only takes 1 damage because of that. Now I'm going to go all out. He's going to block again. Okay. I'm going to block now just to recharge some of my stamina, and he's going to go with an all-out punch. See? And now I got my own attack power back up. And I can bash him. He didn't block, and we kill him. You hold your weight back a little and swing with a medium hit, overpowering the beggar. The beggar pants and groans and then collapses in the dirt. Only 1 stamina lost. Brilliant boxing. That's the highest praise I'm gonna get today. His head is split open. Hero and M, thank you for the bits. Thank you very much, guys. Okay. You roll your sleeves back down. Alright then, he murmurs into the ground, weakly waving a hand. You can pass. Typically, if you do help people, there tends to be benefits. So we're gonna help him up. Holding out a hand, you help him upright. He sits up and dusts down his tattered clothing, a grey cloak that was once a uniform. He is shivering. The evening is drawn in, and it must get cold out here. You don't have any food, do you? He asks sadly. This really is Kevin, isn't it? Hey, do you have any food? Can you feed me? No. You shake your head. I'm sorry. The man sighs and shakes his head. No matter then. There's plenty of meat on the grass bowl if you know how to nibble 'em. Farewell, good luck, come with me. I'll just wish him good luck. He nods to you, and to you. You waste no more time and take your leave. The path winds through gorse and thick grass. Kharé squats in a basin in the hills, like a stagnant festering pool. You turn one corner, then another, and then the stone walls of the city are looming over you. End of the pass. Let's walk on. You beat up a hobo, well done. Before the entrance is a wide open area that will take a few minutes to cross. You scramble up the slope to the right to get a better view of the wall. Let's get a view of the city. Why not? You scramble up the slope for a better view of the wall. Well, my spirit guide just changed as well. We lost the eagle, it's now the puma. It is formed of staggering man-sized stone blocks, held together with gallons and gallons of mud and loam, drenched from the base of the river. It curves away in both directions, unbroken except for the gate. Then you see something that stops you in your tracks. There's a guard posted on the battlement above the gate, watching the clearing. Okay, watch the archer. Keep watching. The guard above the gate looks this way and that, but doesn't shift from his position. Cork, thank you for the 5 gift subs, man. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Okay, we can go down into the pass, or we can just run for it. Like try and run in the gate. I don't think bolting it is really gonna help. I think. Oh no, if we just walk in, that's not gonna work either. We kind of have to try run. Okay, let's leg it. In we go. Oh no. The archer seems to be turning his gaze in a regular pattern. You wait for 2 heartbeats, then make a dash across the scrub. You're halfway across before he spots you. Halt, who goes there? He shouts as he brings his bow to bear. An arrow whizzes past you to your left. One thuds into the mud just ahead of you, and a third catches you in the shoulder. Keep running, keep running. You pull the arrow free and keep running until you're in cover against the wall. From overhead, the guard is cursing loudly. You have only moments, most likely, before he comes down from the battlement and warns his fellows. Okay, we're at the gate now. We're breaking into Kharé. The south gate stands before you. It is as tall as 2 men and will be broad enough to ride 3 horses through, if only it were open. But instead, it is locked. There is no other way into the city. Luckily, of course, you have a key. We got that back in June of last year. So we can unlock the gate with the Swin Chief's key. You quickly remove the Swin Chief's key from your pack and slip it into the lock. The tumblers click as the key turns. Now let's go inside. You ease open the door, peering cautiously inside. There is no one about. You slip through the gate and it slams shut behind you, key still in the lock. Whoever the next ruffian to visit Kharé may be, you'll be grateful for your little gift. We just gave him the key to the city, basically, whoever comes here next. You pause just inside the shadow of the gate. There are no guards about, at least none that you can see. But the guard from the battlements will have told someone that he saw you, so it's only a matter of time. To your left is a low stone building with metal bars for windows. An armory, perhaps. Try the door to the low building. I know a prison when I see one, okay? I don't think this is going to be an armory for us. I think we should just get going. We shouldn't be just like exploring, like just opening up some barrels, you know, looking for supplies. Like that it's definitely a prison. Hurry out of the yard. You stride quickly away from the gate, but you're only halfway to the road when two soldiers come round the corner from the left. Strong, expert hands grab your wrists. You are dragged, pulled, and forced into the low building. Again, I know a prison when I see one. Here's the prison. Pop inside here. The door of the stone building is slammed, and the lock turns over behind you. You look around. The walls are stone and the windows are barred. A bench against one wall is the only piece of furniture where an old man sits. He is dressed in dirty robes. This is the old man. He's just chilling here. Wolf, thank you for 1,000 bits. I'm glad you had a nice birthday. I'm sorry to hear about the sunburn. I hope you're doing okay, my man. Thank you very much. You're very kind. He be vibing. Hey, he's having a grand old time. Just don't mind all, you know, like the sludge and slime that's all over the prison. We can greet him or ignore him. We might as well talk to him. We're here in prison anyway. You step towards the shadowy bench. Greetings, old man. He ignores you. Yeah, probably because we called him old. He's concentrating hard on something on the ground just in front of him. A collection of small stones, scattered as though for fortune telling. After a moment, he gathers them up and tosses them again. You notice that his other hand is missing completely. The left sleeve of his tunic hangs limp by his side. Cast a spell! What spell is this gonna be? You glance up towards the stars and suddenly the old man shouts, "A sorcerer! I knew it!" No, this is... like, you got the wrong guy. No, what of it? Well, he answers, you'll get us out of here. But better yet, I've not played anyone for months, and certainly not anyone smart. Sit down, sit down. I think he wants to play a game with us. Play what? Why, the man replies with a shark-like grin. Swindle stones, of course. I've no time for games. Swindle stones, you ask, intrigued. Stranger in town, don't you know how to play? Better and better. He shows you one of his stones. It is a strange 4-valued die. Sit. He pats the bench beside him with one hand. Play. We can talk while I beat you. I can't quite remember the rules. You have to teach me the rules. My lucky day. He grins with his one remaining tooth. It's easy. We each roll our dice in secret, but we bet on what we've rolled in total. You call if you think the other player has bid too high. The loser gives away a die. You go over to the bench and treat. Okay, let's play some swindle stones. You know, we're just in prison, but we're just gonna take our time here. You know, like, for all we know, we're locked up for the next 4 months. We might as well do something. The old man drops 4 dice into your palm and sweeps away a patch of dust on the bench for you to play. I'll go first, he says, waving his hand. Show you how it's done. Okay, so here's our dice. Game is simple. We roll and bet on what's come up. So for instance, I might start and bet that between us we've rolled at least 2 4s. We don't know what's on the table. So I'm guessing... So he's making a bet that there's like 2 4s. I'm gonna make a guess that there's 3 1s. Bid 3 1s. Because I have 2. I think he might have 1. I can't see your dice and you can't see mine. You only have what I tell you about what I've got. So he thinks there's now 3 4s. which is kind of unlikely because that means like I don't have any 4s. He'd have to have 3 of them out of his 4 dice, so I'm gonna call him. I think he's bluffing. He's only got 2 4s, see? So now we roll the dice again, and I get one of his dice. So I've got more information on him now. See? This is pretty much how it works. I've only got 1 of each. So I'm gonna go out there and just say there's 2 4s. As well, he knows as well as anyone. I'm gonna call him because he's saying that there's 3 3s. I only have 1. It's unlikely that 2 of his are 3s. Oh no, there's 4. Oh my god, he only had 3s. Okay. So he took a dice off me. So what they get you in for. Yeah, and you have like kind of dialogue here as well. I'm a petty thief. I'm a murderer. He thinks it's 3 4s. Or 1 4. I'm gonna raise him and bid 3 4s. He's bidding that there's 4 4s now. Okay. Alright, call that. Only 3. Roll the dice again. Okay. So I have 1 of each. I'm just gonna bet that there's a 3. He only has 2 dice. If he bids 2 3s, I can just call him on that. It's statistically unlikely that he has 2 3s. Bollocks! This guy keeps getting 3s. Constantly. He's saying that he has a 2. I'm gonna say 2 2s, because I have a 2. 2 3s. I'm gonna call him here, but like, he's constantly had 3s. It's unlikely he's gonna have 2 of them again. There we go. We got his dice gone. Statistically unlikely doesn't work when he can choose what number. I mean, true, but he's probably bluffing. Oh god. Okay, so I can just say that like I've got a 2. He's gonna say there's 2 1s, but he only has 1 dice, so I've got him. There we go. Game is ours. We beat him. The old man nods, gathering up the dice. I went easy on you. Rematch. Okay, I think that's enough for now. We can play some Swindlestones later, but that's a pretty good start. You got an idea of how that game works now. Claude, thank you for 500 bits. This is a real game, by the way. It's called Liar's Dice. Is it? Okay, I've never heard of it. You stand up from the bench, finish with the beggar. I enjoyed beating you. The pleasure was mine, the old man says bitterly, putting his dice back into his pocket. He leans back against the stonework and hums quietly to himself. We found 2 new clues. So I can try and escape, I can just wait, or I can talk to the man. I know a spell to just leave here. My spirit animal has changed to cougar now. I can just cast Dop on the door. You go over to the door, locked of course from the outside. Cast a spell. This is how magic works. Again, it's kind of like a reminder for folks who may not have caught the one from last year. Basically, for spells, you type out word combinations, and that's how you get it. Wait, no, Dop is unknown. Wait, what was the one that opened the door? Why is Zap unknown? I know what Zap is. I'm familiar with some of these spells. Oh, it's when I type them out. There's Dop. it was being a bit temperamental, I think, with it. Okay, but you press the letters. Opens locks and doors. So cast, it costs stamina. You aim the spell of opening towards the door and slowly, quietly let it go. The lock's rusted tumblers click over in response. Very good, the old man chuckles. Let's get going. You ignore him and stride outside. While you've been locked up, the sun has sunk below the wall. You should be able to walk right out of here under the cover of darkness. The old man is less confident. He races out of the door like lightning. It's like, okay, see you later, bud. The old man is spry despite his age and is quickly far ahead of you. Okay. Now we've escaped prison. We're doing pretty good. At the end of the yard, the road splits. Looking left, you see the guard lined up in rows, running drills. Best not head that way. To the right, the road leads toward the first buildings of Kharé. You can just see the old man disappearing off in this direction. Okay. So, yeah, so the guards are off to the left, so we're just gonna make our way down. And we're going quite far right here. Seems kind of dangerous to go the other way. Left, go left. No, we can't. We didn't even have an option for it, lads. Night is fallen. Luckily, by the roadside is a small inn, which will make a perfect place to stay before you lose yourself in the winding streets of Kharé. However, prices may be high, so you could also walk into the fields to the right and sleep out under the stars. From somewhere nearby, you hear a low baying howl. I don't know if we should sleep outside, considering we do actually have money and there is an inn right here, and presumably there's wolves or something. So let's just try the inn. We might as well. A sign outside the inn proclaims it the Crooked Finger. Let's hop on inside. You guys just want me to risk everything. People are just screaming, like, outside, outside, sleep outside. Go sleep in a bush, Daniel. Like, we have money. We have money, and we need to buy some food, too. We might be able to get some at the inn. We're not going to find that out in the field. You go inside and find an empty bar. The bartender is snoozing at the counter. Clearly, trade is bad. There's still an option to just leave. Like, I don't like how this bar looks. You will eat the wolves when they arrive. No, we're staying the night at the inn. We have money. I'm not risking it just yet. It's too dangerous. The bartender wakes with a snortle as you approach. Oh, greetings, traveler. He yawns. I've been looking for directions somewhere else, I suppose. Eat. No food here, I'm afraid, the innkeeper says. There's no point, since the rats get it all. But a bed for the night will cost you 7 gold pieces. Oh, let's fucking go outside. It's too expensive. Shaking your head, you leave the inn to find a field to bed down in for free. You guys got your way. You strike off into the fields and find a muddy dell in which to stretch out. The stars are out, forming the constellations of the cougar, and you feel a certain peace despite the hulking shadow of the wall. Settle to sleep. You settle quickly. The sounds of the city drift to you on the night air, shouts and screams, and the occasional distinct howl. You doze fitfully. Then, halfway through the night, you awaken to the sound of something scratching in the earth nearby. This is worrying. We just go back to sleep, and it's like, hopefully it doesn't bother us, you know? Just ignore it. It's probably just a fox. These fields are never going to be empty. You settle back to sleep once more. A moment later, you feel hot breath on your face, and open your eyes to see the jaws of a werewolf reaching for your throat. Oh no. Yeah, we might need some magic. We might need some magic. We're in a bit of a tricky spot now. This is what I was afraid of. Okay, what spells have we got? We can turn ourselves to stone. No, that doesn't help. I think there's Raz. Sharpen blade. We don't have the means to sharpen our blade. Controlled non-intelligent creatures. I don't know if a werewolf would be classified as non-intelligent. Some of them have brains. I can create a shield, which actually seems quite handy. We got walk. Or I could just throw a fireball at him, but he's right next to me. So I don't know if this is the best idea. Like we might get ourselves hot. Okay. I'm just doing this once, okay? Because this is how you die real quick and you exhaust all your stamina. But we're gonna throw a fireball at him. Let's burn this man. Hot. You cast the spell, forming a fireball in the palm that you hurl towards the creature. It explodes in a flash of smoke and burning fur, but the creature is not defeated, only weakened. You scrabble backwards, drawing your sword. The werewolf bares its terrible teeth in reply. That's when you notice This werewolf is wearing plate armor. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's get a cut in. Okay, well, at least, like, we badly injured him because of the fireball. So, you know, that didn't take us long to defeat him there. We beat him. With the werewolf dead, you wipe your sword on the grass and try to calm your thudding heart. Search the body. Like, please give me something. You look over the beast's armor with disgust. It is finely made, tightly forged in its werewolf's shape, part armor, part cage. I can prise it open. I don't know if I'm going to be able to sell this. With the tip of your sword, you prise loose the catches that hold the armor in place. As the plates slip to the ground, the dead beast begins to transform, turning from a savage thing into a young human woman. But the transformation does not alter the sword wound at her throat, and it does not bring her back to life. Uh-oh. Let's examine her first. She's dead, sure enough. Your sword stroke went through her heart. Otherwise, she seems to be just a girl, maybe 18 or 19 years old. With the night now quiet and still, it is hard to believe that a moment before, you were faced by a slavering werewolf. The fight feels unreal. But the wolf-shaped armor is still here, and the girl has a telltale wolf bite on her neck, just below a strange tattoo. Let's look at the tattoo. The tattoo reads Vic. Wasn't that the name of Glandragger's friend in the city? But it seems hard to believe it could be the same man, when Glandragger was so honorable. It is undecorated, the penmanship is clear and simple. It looks like the stamp a blacksmith prints on a blade. It's a tattoo a slaver makes on its stock. Okay, well let's bury her now. Let's do the respectful thing. By the thin moonlight, you begin to dig in the mud with your sword, scraping out a hole large enough to bury the woman. The work is hard, but you have no choice. You cannot leave her for the crows. It is little consolation to know she was doomed long before your sword ran through her. As you cover her up, you commend her soul to the puma. Then you make a short distance away and bed down to sleep, and try to forget the dead woman's face. Okay, so we collected a clue. We got some information for that, so it's at least something. That was worthwhile. Settle down to sleep and let's have a dream. Your dreams, when they come, are of the wall, like a towering monster drenched in moss and slime. The gate, its wide open maw. Meanwhile, the one-armed prisoner throws the knuckles of his missing hand onto the bench over and over, calling endlessly to himself. A wolf in shining armor howls at the sun, and turns to blow you a kiss. And it is as though you can see the crown, sitting in the dust on the far side of the north gate, so close and yet it's out of reach. I don't think we ate any food there, which is a bit worrying. We might take some damage here. You wake early, ready to begin your exploration of the city. Following the track for a few minutes, you reach a junction where 3 roads begin. These are the outskirts of Kharé. Huts huddle like beggars on either side of the tracks, leading uphill into the city port. Okay, let's pause to look around. It must be clear to everyone around that you are a stranger in these parts. The city's inhabitants, a multitude of malevolent creatures who will kill you for the laces of your boots, turn to watch you as they pass. You are sport, a figure to be jostled and robbed, and one who will most likely fall prey to the strange elaborate system of traps laid across Kharé by the early settlers to protect themselves from one another. Let's look at the paths. There are more people here than you've seen in a long time. Cast an eye across the faces, wondering if you can tell the good honest souls from thieves and murderers. So let's look left. To the left you see a group of scruffy youngsters walking up the road with packs on their backs. Look ahead. Main road into the center of Kharé. Its surface rutted from cartwheels. Further in the distance you can see fields. This is the route taken by supply wagons to the docks. And look right. To the right, the track heads towards fields. A hut stands proud a little further on. The business of this place is confusing, but you will have to simply strike out. The north gate awaits. Just at that moment, a cart rolls down the road from the right and careens around the corner to take the main track ahead. On its back are stacked several crates. One teeters for a moment, then falls near your feet, its lid cracking open. Okay, so we can look in the crate, we can wave for the driver, or we can just leave it well alone. Claude, thank you for 500 bits as well. Another fun fact, the original book wanted you to memorize the entire spellbook, but everyone just cheated. But this game has a New Game Plus option that after you finish part 4 that forces you to leave the spellbook behind when you leave your home. That's actually really cool. Yeah, I remember memorizing the spells in the physical books. That was a big part of it. Hayes, thank you for another 100 bits as well. I'm gonna wait for the driver to stop. It generally is a good idea to try and make friends in these games because people remember things down the road. So we're gonna wait for the driver to stop. You wait for the driver to stop, but they do not see you. The cart rattles way up the road. You notice a purple liquid leaking from the side of the crate. Let's look in the crate. Kneeling down in the mud, you prise open the crate with your fingers. Inside is a pile of smashed bottles. Thick purple liquid spills about, littered with shards of glass. These are perhaps 4 bottles. There are perhaps 4 bottles still intact, but you recognize the smell. It is Blimberry, a potion with many healing properties. Oh, so we should take some of this. Take 4 bottles. You take all of the bottles, wipe them down as best you can in the grass nearby, and put them in your pack. A lucky find indeed. Blimberry juice will heal you and also do for a meal. That's a really good find. Yeah, we got basically 4 rations, and we can heal ourselves with them. If we check our items, I think, would it be under treasure? No, treasure is just gold pieces. Weapons. Sword, magical items. See, 4 doses of Blimberry juice. We also have a pouch of sand. And we do have some clues here. Werewolves trapped in their lupine form by plate armor, stalked the city at night, controlled and owned by a man named Vic. And Glandragor and Vic were comrades together at once. There's all the information we need. You've convinced me to buy this game. Thanks, RT. Alright, thank you very much for the 100 bits. Like, honestly, I love these game books. I think these are a wonderful series of games. And I would recommend them if people like what they see here. It's hard to find games like this these days, and it's very nostalgic for me. Okay, so we had, this is the main road. There was kids with packs. And there appears to be a festival of thieves over this way. Oh, that kind of sounds exciting. You can kind of gauge it sometimes just by following the road. Oh, but there looks like there's some places off to the left too. Like if I was to judge that road, there's stuff there, but there's a festival going on. I don't think the main road is the right way to go. That looks kind of boring. Yeah, we're gonna go to the festival. Let's see what's going on over here. You head right along a wide track until you reach a large hut. It is the only building on this path that is still standing. Either side are empty plots, once the houses of the farmers who planted the fields to the north. They are now collapsed and thick with gripweed. It seems that here, in the shadow of the city wall, it is not a place people choose to live. Look at the remaining hut. By the side of the door to the hut is a sign, delicately painted, Chainmaker. The door is just a crack ajar, and from within you hear a gentle tinkling sound, metal on metal. I want to look at the door. I'm the curious type. Like I like trying to get as involved as I can with like everything we encounter. I don't want to leave any stone unturned. Pause a moment longer and listen closely to the door, but there are no voices or footsteps from within, just the sound of chains. And look ahead. From somewhere further on comes the fall and rising sound of a crowd. Some kind of event is taking place. A stoning, perhaps. There are several places you could go next. Okay, so you can go back to the junction. I don't think we want to do that. Cut through the fields, walk on. I think we want to visit this guy's house, don't we? Yeah, I think we want to explore here. You push open the hut door and enter. It is dark inside. The floor is sawdust and the air smells of oil, polish, and burnt metal. From the ceiling, hanging like ivy, are metal chains of all lengths and thickness, some suitable for machinery, some for oxen, and others for arms and feet. The chains shift and whisper to themselves. There seems to be no one here. There's another room beyond. Its door is hanging open. Oh, I don't know now. If I call out, we'd alert people. I could search the room Or I could just go for the door. I want to search the room. No shop owner in Kharé should leave their wares unattended. To steal from him would be to teach him a lesson. You begin to carefully search the room, trying not to set the chains to rattling. There's a lot of places to look. Look under the table. Nothing but dust and wood ticks. Near the door to the shop. Search around near the door to the shop, you find a copper key. It is carefully stashed into a crack in the wall, as though secret and valuable. It is far too small to be the key to the shop door. You take it and put it in your pack. Search along the left wall. Next, you look along the left wall and come across a small box containing 3 gold pieces, which you take. Search along the right wall. As you move across the room, you stumble clumsily into a chain, and it begins to swing, hidden under chains on either side. The far door opens and a Svin, a man-orc from Torapani, appears, and it looks like he is angry. The chainmaker growls fiercely, and snatches up a particularly heavy length of metal, holding it like it was thread. Buddy, can we just talk about this? I'm not stealing from you, reply calmly. I called out, but you didn't hear me. I heard nothing, the chainmaker growls suspiciously. We gotta talk out of this. You must have been working. That's where you were wrong, the chainmaker declares. I was scratching. He lumbers towards you, swinging his chain. Cast a spell. Cast a spell. What have we got? What have we got? I can create quicksand. Let's go. You pull out the pouch of sand and toss it at the chainmaker's feet, then cast your spell. The ground begins to bubble and boil and the chainmaker loses his balance. A moment later he's sinking into the earth itself, which is transformed into a pool of quicksand. Halfway into the pool, he cries out for help. Okay, we gotta help him now that he's been disarmed. You grab his hand and haul him out. He's heavy and it's hard work, but with much huffing and puffing, you manage to drag the chainmaker up from the quicksand before the enchantment fades and he's permanently stuck in the floor of his hut. Oh, sorry, so he's not actually stuck. We managed to do it before he's stuck in the floor. Thank you, he murmurs, appraising you thoughtfully. Please, he continues, I am a humble chainmaker. Perhaps you will buy a chain. Let's buy a chain. Yeah, now we've got to rob him for his money. Now we'll use his money to buy a chain. Look for a chain to buy. You look around the shop, a chain after unremarkable chain. The chainmaker watches you and points with a claw. That one, he indicates with a short length of silver. Magic chain. What does it do? Magic, the stumbling creature replies. Okay, how much does it cost? It's 2 gold pieces. That's a bargain. We robbed him for 3 gold pieces. I'll take a mystery chain. I'll buy it. You hand over the 2 gold pieces he wants, quite happy to pay him with the money you took from him and still have a gold piece left over. You shake the chainmaker's hand and take the chain. It is clearly enchanted. The ends seem to snap and bite at one another like amorous snakes. Good for taking out their knees, the chainmaker explains. You head out of the shop. That was a good result. Do we still have the sand as well? Because I think like... No, so the sand was used up. Okay, so we need to get more sand then so we can do that again. Rian, thank you for 200 bits. Thank you for always brightening up my day. Thank you very much. Okay, that's a pretty good outcome. You guys still want to go to the festival then, yeah? So we'll walk on down the road. Continue along the road. The land rises gently, a thin meager scrub broken by rocky outcrops, like teeth through an infant's gum. That's a very specific description. Goats roam the slopes, paranoid, shifty creatures who flee at the sound of your footsteps. Suddenly, you could be back in the fields outside Kristatanti. This part of the city port is barely inhabited, so it should be safe enough to pass through quickly. Stomach rumbles with hunger, but you have no more food. Oh, wait. I have my blimberry juice. Will it consume the juice? Or do I have to use it? I actually can't remember. Let me just try drink a dose of it and see if that solves the hunger problem. Keep walking. You can continue walking along the track and began to hear the sound of a large crowd up ahead. There was some kind of market or fair happening further on near the river. You pass a dirt track on the left that leads away across the fields. I want to go into the crowd, I think. I think we want to explore the festival. There could be a lot here, and we actually do have a decent amount of gold. You continue along the road towards the noise. After a few minutes, you are walking between tall poles and rippling coloured flags. People and creatures sprawl across the path, and several tents have been erected, their poles joined together by more flags. Let's approach. You ease your way into the edge of the gathered crowd. It all looks good-spirited and fun, and with so many people here, perhaps you will pick up useful information. Let's look around. You keep one hand on your gold as you look at various events. There are a group of musicians playing a merry jig for a troupe of dancers. Elsewhere, a dwarf has trained a dancing bear on a lead, and on one side, watched by a hollering and cheering crowd, a ruffian is calling for challengers to take on his champion in bare-knuckle combat. It's quite a spirited affair. Let's walk further on to the festival. You walk to the south end of the fairground midway. A boy with a barrel stands off to one side, and a dull-looking tent stands near the river. There are more exciting stalls further north. So we can go further on. There's a small tent and there's a barrel boy. Look at the key you stole. Let me see. Keys. Copper key. Yeah, it's just listed there. We can go to the barrel boy or we can go to the small tent. I think I want to go to the tent. You approach the small tent. By the door, a young elven woman is collecting the entrance fee. 1 gold piece, she declares, winking at you. What's inside? Marco the Amuser, she replies, still smiling and winking. Perhaps there's something wrong with her other eye. He's very funny. 1 gold piece. Let's try it. Pay a gold. You hand over 1 gold piece, and the elven woman steps aside and gestures inside the low tent. Let's enter the tent. The inside of the tent is dark. There are no candles or lanterns, and the cloth is thick black velvet, preventing any sunlight leaking inside. In the center of the floor, a man with green hair is sitting cross-legged, his eyes closed. Look at the man. You look over the man. He seems ordinary enough, except for his shock of bright green hair. He doesn't seem to notice you at all. There is a deep silence inside the tent. The business of the fair outside is quite forgotten. Okay, greet the man. And how are you worth 1 gold piece, you demand? Oh, Jesus, because my character's very aggressive. He's not coming across well. The man doesn't move. His eyes are still closed. He seems to be breathing very deeply. Approach him. You step closer, expecting the man to leap up or react, or in fact do anything, but he simply sits there as you approach him within arm's reach. From here it is clear his green hair is in fact a wig. Now, a green-haired wig is actually a very important magical artifact from the books, I remember. It lets you talk to both, like, kind of creatures in other languages. But, like, I think the yap and rap spells. So, if we can, we want to take his hair. If we can. Grab his hair. You reach out to pull off the man's wig, but then he reacts like lightning, his hand snapping up to catch your wrist. That's my act, he mutters, then releases your wrist once more. What do you mean? He does not reply. Okay, cast a spell. Alright. Hot will burn the wig. Yeah, we can't use hot. Hot isn't always an option too. Just bear that in mind. Like, the game won't always give you every spell in your arsenal. There's quicksand, but we don't have sand anymore. Sap cause depression. Maybe we can demotivate him enough so that we can just take it. Cause depression. You cast the spell and the man in front of you sighs and begins to look dejected. You don't think this is funny, do you? He complains. I don't know why I bother. With that, he removes the green wig from his head and flings it aside and goes to sit and sulk in the corner. Take the wig. You pick up the wig and put it into your pack. The man doesn't seem to care. Should I apologize? I'm sorry, you tell him quickly. I didn't understand the joke. Philistine, he mutters, but does not turn around. Leaving the man to his misery, you step back outside where the elven woman smiles at you. Did you enjoy, she asks. Oh yeah, it was great crack. Oh good, the elven woman replies. Marco will be pleased. Everyone else today thought he was rubbish. She waves to you as you leave. The fair spreads out all around you. Hawkers announce the various attractions at the top of their lungs. The general atmosphere is cheerful with just a hint of violence. That's the way I like things. Oh, poor Marco. We just stole his wig. Ah, dear. Roz, thanks for 100 bits. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go visit the barrel boy. We might as well. You approach a boy, standing by a barrel and looking sheepish. Let's look at the barrel. You peer into the barrel. It is full of small, hard apples. Most are blackened by disease, or else are shot through with maggot holes. Your apples are all rotten. The boy shakes his head and picks one up from the barrel. He squeezes it hard in his fist, but nothing happens. Then he drops it sharply back into the bucket. How much is an apple? You ask, despite the fact that it's hard to imagine anyone paying for one. The boy holds up a single finger with one hand and all 5 fingers of the other. 5 gold pieces for 1 apple, 1 gold piece for 5 apples. If it's 1 gold piece for 5 apples and we can get even a few rations of food, it might be worth it. The boy nods. We might be able to get some rations. 1 for 5. Buy some. You hand over a gold piece and the boy supplies you with 5 apples. In your hands you feel that they are indeed not rotten. In fact, they are rock solid, hardened by some disease into stones. The boy bows his head in thanks and gestures behind them. A girl, possibly his sister, pops up from behind in her barrel and pulls a face at you. Throw an apple at her! No, stick out my tongue in return. You stick your tongue out in reply. The girl giggles and dodges down behind the barrel. The boy looks at you expectantly. The girl peeks up again. I don't want to throw an apple at her. This is just a small child. They're just trying to sell some apples. Is that your sister? You ask, pointing in the girl's direction. The boy nods and takes an apple from his barrel and throws it across the field. His sister dodges quickly out of the way. It really wants me to fling apples at her. Even the boy wants me to do it. Throw an apple at her. You lob one of your apples at the girl, but she dives to one side and it misses. The boy claps his hands. The girl sticks her arms out either side and quickly ducks. Okay, let's just walk away with the apples. Oh no, the apples are inedible. Enough of this. You walk away. As you go, you try biting into an apple and almost crack one of your teeth. They are completely inedible. You toss them all into the mud. Across the field comes a murmur of excitement, and quite suddenly a small tornado lifts a tent sharply into the air and away. Oh god. Okay, well, we didn't spend that gold too smartly there. We should have chucked the apples at the small little girl. Honest mistake. You push your way through the crowds to the very heart of the fair and look around at the attractions on offer. There's a beer tent, the dancing bear, the top of the midway. Right, so we've already explored everything that's down there. Let's check out the beer tent. Just by the river is a low tent surrounded by several stumbling figures. It could almost be a tent for dancing, except for the strong smell of brewed grain that drifts over the air. In the stall, a group of 3 half-goblin women are pouring mugs of beer and talking to the locals. A sign reads, 1 mug, 1 gold, 4 mugs, 6 gold. Ooh, smell the air. You pause to inhale the rich smell of brewed grains that hangs around the tent. It is quite nourishing. One of the bar women catches your smile. Nice, yes, she says, even nicer in a glass. A tall, spindly creature raises his voice to announce he is buying 4 mugs. A huge cheer goes up, but mostly from the women behind the bar. Hellhound, thank you for 10 quid. Keep up the good work, broski. I love your work, your streams and your YouTube videos. Thank you very much, my man. I don't want to buy 4 mugs. I want to save some of this gold to kind of get artifacts and that. But I will buy a mug. Paying a gold piece, you buy a frothin' mug of beer. The ale looks muddy and somewhat disgusting. In fact, it doesn't taste like beer at all. This isn't beer. Excuse me, you call. What is this? You're pointing to the mug. Finest beer, she replies. From her expression, she isn't telling the whole truth. Drink some yourself, or this is like no beer I've tasted. Drink some yourself, you reply. Prove it. The woman smiles sadly. I wish I could, but I can't drink while working. Just then another customer rolls up, his nose bright and his eyes soggy. I'll buy it for you. Puts 10 gold pieces down the counter. Enough for all 6 of you behind the bar. To you, he remarks cannily. 3 sets of twins. Remarkable, isn't it? I can steal the money, take half the money and stay quiet, or make her drink some. Stealing all the money will probably end in a fist fight, if I had to guess. But if I take half the money and stay quiet... You take half the money from the bar, making sure the woman sees you doing it. Best beer in the fair, you say. You should drink as much as you can. The woman watches you cautiously, but doesn't stop you taking the gold. You leave your beer half finished and walk away from the tent. Don't look back. You forget the tent and rejoin the fair. Just walk on out. We go over to the dancing bear now. We don't want him to catch us. We got some money out of that. That's pretty good. You cross the fair to join a crowd gathered at a safe distance around a dancing bear. A dwarf stands in front of the bear, holding a lead that is fastened to a ring in the creature's nose. See my beauty dance, he growls, jerking the cord. The bear stumbles around in obvious pain. As he tugs the cable, he plays a pipe with a great gusto. The crowd are in stitches of laughter at the poor bear's performance. Wait, if I free the bear, like, isn't that gonna get people killed? I could try free it, but I don't... This might not end well. Free the bear. The dwarf is clearly a rogue of some kind who does not deserve the attention of the crowd, and you wonder what the bear might do if the cord holding it back were cut. But there are several people in the way, and the dwarf is unlikely to let you near. Draw my sword, create a distraction, or cast a spell. Cast a spell. Maybe, can we just dop it? Will dop just work? Is there a padlock or something? We don't have dop this time. There's create lightning. There's nip. There's Niff, which is create a stench, but we don't have nose plugs. I can still cast it, but it just might not end well. Luna, thank you for 5 gift subs. Thank you very much. Read minds, that requires a skull cap. I don't have that. Control non-intelligent creatures. That seems a bit extreme. Because that's a 3 stamina spell. And this kid, create illusions, requires a bracelet of bone. Don't know about law. Don't know about that one, lads. I don't... Like, if we do law, we can also do zap. Like, that's how much it costs. Can I control the bear and just set him free? Okay, law. Alright, here we go. You cast a spell, but for some reason nothing happens. There is something fishy going on here. Suddenly, a cry goes up from somewhere in the audience. My gold, pickpocket. Beware, there's a pickpocket at work. You and the rest of the crowd spin around towards the voice and see a small creature darting off from the crowd and into one of the tents. Chase him. You elbow your way through the crowd, hoping to grab the pickpocket and maybe relieve him of his winnings, but there are too many people in the way. By the time you have pushed to the edge of the crowd, the little figure has vanished. Someone shouts, what's happening to the dwarf? Oh god. I can look back at the dwarf, or I can go after the pickpocket, or I can just leave altogether. I gotta look at the dwarf. You turn to see the dwarf and bear disappearing into the floor as if they were sculptures of ice, now melting. Just illusions, perhaps. The crowd are out for blood now. It seems several of them have been robbed. Turning on one another, accusations of theft begin to fly this way and that. Things are turning ugly, and you are caught in the middle of it. Get away from here and see what I can get. I lost gold too. I got robbed there too. See what I can get. No. In a tumult, you wait for an opportunity. In every fight, there will always be some gold pouches swinging low for the plucking. You are knocked about a fair bit as you wait, but finally you see a bulging wallet just inches from your grasp. Look at the owner or take it. Look at the owner. Glancing up at the owner of the wallet, you find yourself staring into a huge face of a mountain man. You're a thief, are you? The man asks. Talk my way out of it. Oh no. I'm no thief, you tell him. Look at the size of his gold pouch, remarks another voice nearby in the crowd. It's a trigger that sends the mountain man, who has just been robbed himself, into a fearsome rage. Here we go. We're talking our way out of it. Oh god. Okay, block. Just a little punch. Almost got him. Not going all out. Okay, block. I think he's gonna go all out. Quite badly injured now. Thump him. He blocked that one. If I go all out, mine's a 5.7. I could have got him. Okay, I can get him for sure now, though. Just barely. You grab a nearby bottle and it breaks against his head. The final punch makes the mountain man's head spin. Oh, never mind, he curses, throwing up his hand. Keep your gold, thief. With that, he stomps away, punching a few other people as he goes. I'm gonna try that again, because I got so badly injured there. I'm gonna try it again. I'm gonna really try it again. Assuming that I actually beat this fight. I just did the same mistake. Yeah, I did. Okay, I can gradually beat the fight. I just have to chip away at him. Just punch and block, punch and block. There we go. Block again. I took even more damage on the second fight. Try again. Get him with a jab. There we go. That's a better start. And he tends to go all in with his second one. So we're gonna wallop him. And we made a mistake. Wallop him. Get him down. Just block for one. You know what? I'm gonna take it. I did slightly better. 3 stamina, lost a fair fist fight. I'll take it. Let's continue. We slither your way back out of the crowd to the main part of the fair. Okay, top of the midway. We didn't gain any gold from that, unfortunately. So encountering that bear was actually a mistake, and we lost a lot of stamina because we had the fist fight and we had to cast the spell. We're very badly injured right now. There's musicians. There's bare knuckle fighting. There's the end of the fair. Go check out the musicians. You head over to where a crowd are watching a troupe of dancers who spin and swirl in time to a lively tune. There's something quite hypnotic about the performance. Not move away. The crowd seems to be enjoying themselves a little too much. It is quite suspicious. You slip back to the main part of the fair. No, that's some kind of danger. I'm gonna drink one more potion for the time being. And then I'm gonna make do with stamina. Until we get to an inn. You cross the fairground to a wrestling ring. A ruffian inside is announcing the current challenge. People of Kharé, are you ready for a fight? In the white corner we have our challenger, Anvar the Barbarian. The crowd cheers and whoops. Look over Anvar. Anvar was about half as tall as you again, with sheets of muscle on his arms and legs. He is probably lighter than the ogre, which means he'll have less momentum. And in the black corner, the brawling champion of Kharé, the one they call Skull Splitter, the ogre Kagu of Dadu Lay. I can bet on the fight. Interesting. Look over Skull Splitter. The ogre looks as thick as any ogre you might meet, but he is made of solid muscle. His arms and legs like the twisted bark of trees. Challenger, are you ready? Demands the ruffian. Anvar nods and beats his chest. Ask someone about the fight. You attract the attention of a nearby member of the crowd. Tell me, you ask, what are the rules of the fight? No rule. No rules, giggles the man in reply. That's what makes it so entertaining. No weapons, another man puts in. That's the only rule. On the platform, the ruffian turns to the ogre. Champion, are you ready? The beast appears to not understand the question, but scratches his armpits. The ruffian nods. I can place a bet. You find a wager man by looking for his enormous hat, to which odds and returns are pinned on bits of cloth. Feeling lucky, are you? He chuckles with evident glee. Palms are sweating, and you notice he carries flick blades inside his sleeves. Place your money on me. I'm not robbing him, no. We're gonna bet on the barbarian or the ogre? Which do we think is gonna do it? I'm going for the barbarian. Maximum bet is 3 gold pieces, the bookie says. Good odds though, 1-3 against. Let's bet 3 gold pieces. You hand over 3 gold pieces and the bookkeeper makes a mark in his hat for the bet. Meanwhile in the ring, the fight has begun. The barbarian in the white corner growls and beats his chest. The ogre raises his fists into the air and shakes them. Quite a lot of posturing so far, but not much actual wrestling. You cheer for the ogre or shout for the barbarian. Wait and watch, I can cast a spell. What now? What magic have I got here? Cause slowness. I'm gonna rig the fight. You ready the enchantment, preparing to slow down one of the 2 combatants. Cast it on the ogre. You cast a spell over the ogre, and the balance of the fight begins to change. Suddenly, the ogre looks dizzy and slow, and cannot seem to grip his opponent properly. The barbarian beats his chest and pounds the ogre heavily about the head. Anvar is looking good. Shout for the barbarian. You shout finish him to the barbarian, who bellows with anger. The slow-moving ogre roars with rage and struggles forward against the barbarian, landing a mighty blow. Anvar's agility is helping him take the fight. Then the ogre puts in a devastating side sweep. The barbarian staggers suddenly. The crowd gasps. Then he picks himself up once more. Ooh. I could slow him again. I can keep slowing him. Does. You cast a spell, but it already active. There's little more you can do. The ogre's lip is split and is bleeding. Anvar roars and thumps his opponent in the back, but the fight could still go either way. Okay, so you can't cast it twice. You can't stack them. Can I cast Depression? Yes, I can. Cast it over the ogre. Cast the enchantment over the ogre, who begins to look thoroughly miserable. You have given Anvar a much needed boost. Growling and muttering, the ogre works into the barbarian, cracking his skull. Anvar is winning. Okay, wait and watch. You hang back and watch. Finally, it's all over. With a single throw, Anvar the barbarian powers forward and hurls Skull Splitter to the mat. The crowd goes wild. Find the bookkeeper to collect your winnings. You got lucky, sulks the bookkeeper. He hands over 12 gold pieces. Inside the ring, the master of the fight raises the barbarian's fist in the air. Who challenges our champion? The prize is 10 gold pieces. I do not have the stamina to take up the challenge. I'm already quite badly injured here. I feel like I should just leave the ringside. Yep, I know. I've had enough of wrestling for today. If I had more stamina, I'd do it, but I don't want to die. You can't push your luck. Like, what we're trying to do in this playthrough as well, we're trying to avoid rewinding as much as we possibly can. I'll only rewind if I die. So, you know, otherwise we have to kind of make do with our circumstances. I can pray for healing to the dolphin, too. Maybe that'll help us. There we go. Thanks, dolphin. Okay, so the end of the fair. Let's see what's over here. You push your way through the crowd, following the road uphill. The party is getting wilder, and you would do well to be away from here before things get out of hand. At the far edge of the fair, the litter has left a tide mark on the grass. There is one last, small tent here. Probably a ticket booth that has simply been ignored by the crowds of Kharé. Let's look at the small tent. There might actually be something interesting here. Looking more closely, you spot a sign above its door. Cabinet of Fortune. Try your luck. A prize for all. Okay. A look ahead. The road continues through empty fields and patches of rubble-strewn wasteland. But it climbs, so it must be heading towards the center of Kharé. Steam rises from a large building beside a fork in the road. You can look back. You see what looks like one of the tents going up in flames. It must be part of the entertainment, as no one seems too concerned. In fact, a great cheer goes up as one of the strings of flags collapses into the bonfire. You have time to test your luck, no doubt, if you want it. Yeah, we might as well try the cabinet. Now, interestingly, we're missing quite a bit of the city here. You see all this? There was stuff here that we could have explored. That place looks like somewhere of note. But I don't think we're going to have a chance to go that direction now. So let's go to the Cabinet of Fortune. We're going to go this side of the town. Go over to the tent and push back the flap. Inside, a grubby bearded man leaps up from where he was sitting cross-legged on the floor and comes over to pump your hand. Oh, this is him here. Welcome, welcome, my friend, he exclaims, somewhat over-enthusiastically. Let's see what prize you can win today. You must know this, there are no losers at Honest Hannah's Cabinet of Fortune. He gestures with one hand towards a large glass cabinet in the center of the tent. Let's look inside. Step forward and peer in through the glass. Inside there are piles of jewelry, books, gold, and other things, as well as a small, wiry creature curled up fast asleep. I think that's a Minimite, if I had to guess. I think this is what Jan was back in the first book. What is that creature? My little pet, Hannah explains. He is perfectly harmless. Well, he bites, but only when you open the cabinet to feed him. Okay, what do I do? Most simple game, Honest Hannah replies with glee. You give me 2 gold pieces, and then my little pet will fetch something for you. Pay him. Yeah, give it a go. You pay 2 gold pieces, and Hannah goes over to the cabinet and presses a small button on the side. It seems to operate a cantilevered spike, which pokes the creature, who squeals, jumps from its perch, and begins fluttering around inside the case. We just sit back and watch. The creature keeps flapping around inside. Eventually the creature selects some from the prize pool, which it drops into a chute at the far side of the cabinet. Take my prize. You open the flap and remove a small leather pouch. You open it and it seems to be empty, but a moment later you find you are scratching your neck, behind your ears, up your arms. Fleas, Hannah remarks. I'll have the pouch back though, if you don't mind. He snatches it from you while staying well back. You scratch your armpit in reply and nod to Hannah, who laughs a little too loudly. And you head back out of the tent. I think that's the worst possible prize. Like, you can actually get a lot of good stuff from that. It's completely random. That was terrible. You leave the fair behind you and climb through the fields towards the outskirts of the buildings until you reach a fork in the road. The slum districts of Lower Kharé are dangerous and they smell bad. The sooner you are through them, the sooner you will reach the North Gate. In the elbow of the fork is a grand, well-kept building. Steam pumps from its roof. A creature emerges looking refreshed and flushed. It's the bathhouse. I should probably go to the bathhouse just to get rid of the fleas, I think. Because God knows when... Because I think those will stop me from having a good night's rest. We have the spirit of the ape now, too. I might be able to request some more healing. You step into the cool of the bathhouse. It is a wide building of marble tiles and a sweet smell of pine and fresh wood. Gentle noises echo and murmur around the walls. A creature by the front desk greets you with a smile. Good afternoon, sir. It purrs. The water is cool and fresh today. A swim costs 4 gold pieces. Pay him. Hand over 4 gold pieces and the concierge? Is that how you pronounce it? Concierge gestures you through the center of the bathhouse, where a wide pool awaits, with trees and shrubs either side. By the pool. From across the room, steam curls from the doorway of a glass doored room. You strip off and pile your clothes and belongings in one corner of the room. I can go for a swim, or I can try the steam room. We want to swim or we want to go for steam? I feel like if I go to steam, there's a chance I might get robbed. That's what I would be worried about. Get stolen from. Everyone's saying swim now. Swim. You dive into the pool and swim a few enjoyable lengths. You feel the fleas washing from your body. You feel better for the exercise. You see, like we needed to get rid of them. You feel your shoulders unknotting and your body relaxing. We can try the steam room too, but I'm worried we might get robbed. Oh, I did gain stamina for that. Okay, I'm gonna try it. You enter the steam room and take a seat on one of the benches. The temperature is almost unbearable. Throughout the curling smoke, you see another figure in the shadows. You are not alone. Stay quiet. Stay quiet, minding your own business. After a while, you hear a voice murmuring. The last man failed. What makes you think you can succeed? Oh, there's something shady going on. I don't know if I want to play. I can do nothing. Maybe he's talking to someone else. He could be talking to someone else. Say nothing. You stay quiet. A moment later, a second voice replies. That idiot tried head on. You can't kill a wizard head on. You have to go in when they're asleep. You have to have tactics. Good, the first voice in the smoke agrees. And I don't want to know what your tactics are. As long as your money's good, the second voice says. Keep listening. Stay quiet and listen. Sans has left me enough to cover all 4 jobs before he disappeared, the first speaker says. Molas and Thitat are done. The job in Shinva, well, the speaker huffs into the smoke. How do you kill someone, but only enough to make him a ghost? That was a tough one. This one should be the easiest, the second speaker agrees. I'm glad to hear it, but don't forget the last man who tried. He's a sideshow attraction now, I hear. Oh, I can keep listening or I can get out. I don't know if I want to be here at this point. I'm gonna get up and leave. You've heard enough and the heat is getting to be too much. You get to your feet noisily enough to make your presence clear and leave the room. You head back out of the steam room. Feeling much better, you turn to collect your belongings. Check them over. Not trusting the city to pass up the chance to rob you, you check through your belongings, but everything still seems to be in place. Pleased, you head for the exit. The creature at the front desk beams cheerfully at you. You step outside onto the street. Most of our stamina is back. We got a bunch of new clues. A clue was updated. That was a great haul. Look at this. One of the nobles of Kharé, Lord Mulas. Lord Shinva is dead and buried. However, there are rumors that his spirit still haunts his crypt in the Kharé necropolis. And Lord Theta, one of the nobles of Kharé. We're finding out about the lords. So that's good information. Okay, we can head uphill. Or we can go to the cliff road. I think I want to go the cliff road because if you kind of look at the map, right? If we go over this way, it'll kind of give us the option to come back down to this way later, I think. Whereas if we just go straight up, we might miss some of this content over here. So yeah, I'm saying we go for the cliff. We go explore the town this way. You kind of just look at the map and you get a feel for covering ground. You head along the clifftop road into an area of larger, more impressive buildings. The road passes through the ruin of a grand building, in what must have once been a glorious morning room. An ornamental pond is all that remains. Moss grows from the cracks in its tiled sides. Let's have a look. You walk over to the pond. Despite its great age, it seems well tended, and the water is surprisingly clear. A small scarlet fish darts out from behind a stone as you watch. Bubbles rise from its mouth, and as they break, you hear the breath of words. Something else glints from the bottom of the pond. So I have the green-haired wig, so I should be able to talk to him. Or I can lean closer to hear the words. I could just taste the water, I don't think is right. I can listen to the fish or I can try cast a spell. Let's look deeper into the pond. Your eyes trace the second gleam. Not a fish this time, but a gold piece. Someone must have thrown it into the water for luck. I'm not too fussed about like, just a single gold piece, because there might be a consequence for taking that. Lean closer to hear the words. Kneeling beside the pond, you put your ear close to the water. The little scarlet fish swims up and spits a drop of water at your cheek. If fishes could laugh, you would swear this fish was chuckling. Again, its mouth bubbles, which sounds like waters. But what does it mean? I might be able to talk to him at this point. I think it's yap. Talk with animals. Requires a green-haired wig. You put the wig onto your head and incant your spell. Then put your ear close to the water. The fish rises to the surface and the next bubbles it emerges are understandable as clear words. The fish says, cold in here, cold, cold in here. I can talk to the fish. I don't know if he'll know about the North Gate. Fish, you ask. I need to get through the North Gate. Can you help me? The fish swims around in circles. No amount of magic is going to make a fish understand what the North Gate is. Ask the fish which way I should go. Please, fish, you say. Tell me which way I should go next. Some go left, the fish replies. They don't come back. Some go right. They come back. I'm asking for the gold piece. You ask the fish in its strange tongue if you can take its gold piece. It gnashes its teeth back at you, which you don't need magic to understand. My son, the fish answers. My son keeps me warm. The spell fades. Take the wig off your head and the words become mere breaking bubbles once again. Okay. I think we can move on from here. The road slopes downhill towards a large dome building. To the right, a narrow road winds uphill. People come back. People don't come back. Very concerning. I'm curious as to what is this direction. Coffee Knife, thank you for 5 gift subs. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Yeah, do we want to be adventurous today? Do you want to explore? We'll go to the left. People don't come back. You've got the stamina, go left. Let's try it. You follow the cliff top road, looking down over the fields of Kharé. You can see workers still breaking their backs in the setting sun. Halfway along, you spot a creature with a signboard slung around his neck. Read the signboard. The board is painted with the message, "Doom comes, the world is ending." The creature notices your gaze and begins to approach. I don't know if I want to talk to him. Just avoid him. You step smartly to one side, but the creature scuttles across the street to block your path. Stranger, he murmurs, do you have a moment for salvation? Salvation requires that I hurry. You answer seriously. The creature taps its signboard with one finger. You rush to the end of the world. Move on quickly. You hurry quickly away, leaving the creature in mid-sentence. I don't trust him. I think he's going to do something bad. I don't like that guy. Let's go to the plaza over here. This is a stone plaza where people meet to eat in the evenings. There's a busy spot and the smell of sizzling meat and broth fills the air with sweet smoke. The main road leads away along the cliff, and another road leads left and upwards. Okay, so I can go all the way back if I want to. I can immediately leave. I think I want to go into the artist quarter. Let's have a look at what's about here. Oh, we got a sub-map. You slip into the shadow of the market. It's clearly after hours. The carpet and trinket sellers have packed away, boarding up their shops with planks, chain gates, and the occasional troll guard. Instead, food vendors have set up along the winding corridors and intersecting passages of this great building. I actually do want some food, because I only have my blimberry juice. If I get some proper rations, that would be really good. The smells are incredible. Spices, meats, wine, and the echoes of slammed mugs and sizzling pans are almost deafening. Find something to eat. You wander the corridors for a while, letting the smells tickle your stomach. There seems to be 3 main cuisines available: hill fox broth, rat bear stew, and a lentil curry with strange orange vegetables. The meat is in general more expensive than the vegetables, costing 6 gold pieces instead of 4. We don't need to restore too much stamina. We just need to eat some food more than anything. So I think going for the veg is probably better because we don't need to restore that much. Choose the stall to eat at. We're not going to steal. We have money right now. Karma's a bitch in these games. Okay, let's get some lentil curry. There we go, see? Pretty cheap. Just restores enough stamina that it's beneficial. And now we've eaten a meal for the day. You buy yourself the lentil curry for 4 gold pieces, and it's delicious and warming. Hunger fully abated, you head for the exit once more. The market probably has several ways out, but it is thick with people. And after several minutes of wandering, you find yourself emerging back into the plaza you came from. Okay, that was pretty good. We got a meal out of that. Night has fallen. The main road leads back along the cliff. Another road leads away towards the wall. I want to go up this way. There's gotta be something of note in all these houses. Love me a good lentil curry. Curry's fucking good, man. You take the side road and climb up a winding street. It is quieter now, and there are fewer creatures on the streets. The streets are likely to be dangerous after dark. You should find somewhere to sleep. Keep walking. The road underfoot becomes better paved. You are in a residential street, but where the lower floors of the houses have all been covered up by boards. There is no one about, but from the windows of the higher stories you can hear the sounds of people talking, carousing, arguing, and snoring. A little further along, the road ends in a wall of stone, through which someone has hewn a narrow archway, perhaps with a mining pick. Squeezing through, you find yourself in a slightly wider lane that leads left and right. Junction. Going further up. You stand almost at the foot of the city wall once more. The road turns from the right and uphill to the left. A fountain dribbles water into a stony bowl. Drink from the... Nope. Move on. You move on, but which way? Don't... If you're doing good on stamina, you're not looking for anything particular, don't just drink from the random street fountain in the city porta traps. Okay? It's gonna be a bad call. I think we go left. I think there's something over here. There's some big houses. Let's go this way. The road climbs further, looping back on itself as it climbs. Several little alleys disappear off between homes and buildings on either side. This area of town is a spider's web that would be easy to lose oneself in. You pass a shop with a brass sign above its door. Metalworkers Guild. Okay, we can stop at the Metalworkers. You open the door and enter the small building to find a messy workshop littered with pipes, tubes, and barrels that leak hot gases into the air. A gnome and a troll are leaning over the innards of some kind of machine, tinkering and turning spanners. They don't notice you come in. Greet them. We have money. You call out to the pair and wave, but they are so engrossed in their work they do not notice you. But something does. From the corner of the room you hear a squeal and see a movement. Look around. Your attention is caught by a brass statuette of a pig standing on its hind legs. Seems quite extraordinary, except that as you watch it hiccups. Take the statue. I don't think I want to take it. Ask them about the statue. You approach to the two metalworkers, and this time you tap them on the shoulder. The troll turns, staring at you blankly, chomping his upper lip with his oversized teeth. The gnome is more friendly, lifting up his eye shields and smiling. Ignore my dumb friend, he beams. Welcome to our little shop. What is this place, my good sir? This is the Metalworkers Guild, the gnome replies proudly. That's metalwork, not blacksmithery, but no one seems to have much interest in metalworking. It's the future, of course. The troll burps. Do you make plate armor? You ask, thinking of the strange werewolf you encountered overnight. Plate armor, the gnome replies, shaking his head. No, you want a blacksmith for that. We do articulated pieces, you see, things that move. How does the statue work? What, a little piggy? The gnome smiles. That's one of Raglesh's creations, and unbelievably he pats the dumb-looking troll on the shoulders, and the troll coughs twice. It's an articulated automaton. Seeing your confusion, he clarifies, it runs on magic gas. Coffee, thank you for another 1,000 bits. Shaking my head, RT. You won't do the dumb option, so now I have to buy this game myself and take things into my own hands. Oh, thank you very much, Coffee. I'd wholeheartedly recommend this game to anyone. It's just good, proper fun. Okay, what's it? Don't be condescending. What's it for? The gnome shrugs. Nothing really. It just hiccups. We're working on the next model, which if we get it right and he glowers briefly at Raglish as he speaks, then he'll be able to pickpocket people. We were planned to unveil at the festival, but we're behind. Maybe next year. The troll picks up a spanner and drops it again. I need to be going. Raglish growls at you quite suddenly. The gnome nods. My friend is right, he says. We're getting back to work. Okay, so we just had a little stop with a gnome and a troll. You emerge from a narrow winding alley into an open space. On the far side, the Jabaji River slides past, its surface strewn with flotsam and jetsam dredged up from the fallen parts of the city. The sails of the boats at anchor billow and snap in the breeze. You have reached the docks, the beating heart of Kharé. Look around. Gotta stop and see our options each time. There are 2 or 3 ships moored for the night, and their space between them and the road is filled with a huge number of stalls and little shops, selling everything from fishing tackle to Salem blocks to barrels of woodlouse rum. This must be a thriving market place during the day. With night approaching, it is a maze of boots and cloth. A single bridge crosses the river here, operated with ropes to let the tall ships through. Right now, the bridge is up to allow ships to sail through undisturbed. Oh, there's a good few places here. There are 2 inns visible from here, the Wayfarer's Rest and the Meat and Cleaver. There's nothing obviously different about either of them. You can sleep in an alley, sit by the river, sleep in the market. The Meat and Cleaver or the Wayfarer's Rest. I think we should go to an inn. Meat and Cleaver doesn't sound too inviting. I think the Wayfarer's Rest might be the safer bet. Let's try it here. There, you make your way inside the Wayfarer's Rest. It's a lively and bustling place. Look at all these colorful characters. The innkeeper behind the bar is trying to serve numerous creatures, all demanding ale at the same time, while around the tables, salty types and buxom wenches are laughing together and singing shanties. We can get a drink, or we can just go sit at a table. Let's get a drink from the bar. You fight your way through the creatures to the bar. With a thump on the bar top, you catch the innkeeper's attention. Look him over. The innkeeper is a surly, bald-headed man, used to dealing with the rabble from the docks. He runs his place like a school teacher controlling an unruly classroom. Eyes everywhere, hands quick at collecting money and keeping others out of the till. Let's just say hi. Nice place you have here. The innkeeper nods at you. He's clearly impressed by your dress and fearsome aspect. And what be your purpose in these here parts? He asks. The other creatures at the bar jostle and push each other for space. Ask for the price of a room. The innkeeper holds up 4 fingers rather than shouting across the bar. Okay, pay for a room. Get that in. You hand over 4 gold pieces. For the moment, the attention of every other creature at the bar is distracted by the shine, and the innkeeper slips the coins into his belt and conversation resumes. He jerks a thumb to the staircase in one corner. Go up whenever you like. A ruffian knocks over a dwarf's mug of ale. The fight that breaks out is short, sharp, and ends with the heel of an axe breaking the ruffian's nose. A great cheer goes up, and the innkeeper replaces the ale free of charge. Okay, I can buy some ale myself. Or I don't need to buy food because I already ate today. Tell me the price of your ale. Give me some ale for free. Buy some ale. I'll have a mug as well, you declare. You lay down a coin and the innkeeper passes you a flagon. Okay, I can drink my ale here. Or I can head away from the bar. Let's drink the ale. You knock tankards with the creatures on either side of you, then drain the beer in one swoop. It is nutty and pleasant, and fills your stomach with its pleasant warm glow. Finest in Kharé, the innkeeper remarks, seeing your satisfied smile. Ain't nothing that beats a good glass of Wayfarer's Ripe. You should have another, too. The second's always better. I think one drink is enough. I don't know. Does he sell food in the sense of rations? Buy food. Can you feed me in this hellhole? No, it's 6 gold. That's not useful for us. We can't take that away with us. Head away from the bar. You push your way back out of the crowd at the bar. An angry dwarf from one corner suddenly leaps to his feet, shouting, "Enough talking then. Let's show the council what we think of him now." I can just leave to my room, go to the table. I can leave the inn, but I don't think leaving the inn is like the right way to do. Should we see what the dwarf is doing? You make your way over to the group of dwarfs in the corner, who is sitting arguing loudly about something. "You were talking about the council," you begin. Group falls instantly quiet. Every face turns towards the angry dwarf who shouted. "You're for it now," one hisses to him. "I'm from the council. I'm a traveler." Or threaten him. I'm just gonna say I'm a traveler. "I'm new to this city." The dwarf nods. "Then you're welcome." He slaps the bench beside him. "Sit down and I'll tell you why we should burn the council building down tonight." Let's sit down. You take a seat. As I was saying, the dwarf continues. "The council are ruining this city and it's time we took the fight to them. Who's with me?" "I don't know, Saxmut," another replies more sheepishly. "After all, things aren't that bad around here." Saxmut turns to you. "And what do you say?" "Kharé seems to be a fine city, or this city is run by villains." Are we gonna, like, spark a revolution? Okay, this city is run by villains. Exactly, Saxmut agrees. "The council are thieves. Us honest dwarfs have no way to protect ourselves." "Oh, well," the sheepish dwarf says. What should we do? What should you do?" A light gleams in the dwarf's eye. "I know where the council is," Saxmut says. "My father helped dig it, see?" "Well, dig?" Take an interest. "You heard me," Saxmut replies. "I'll take you, on one condition. When we get there, you help me split the first noble's skull. It's time Sans has lost his crown." And he laughs. I don't know if we should be getting involved with this. Viva la revolution. There must be another way. Saxmut shakes his head. "There's no mercy they would show us." He bangs the table with a fist. "I'm going now," he declares. I already paid for a room. Oh, but I really want to see what happens. Oh, I am of two minds. This feels very bad, but at the same time, I want to see. I don't want to end up in prison. I'm worried I might end up in prison if I go. Don't go with him. You stay seated with the other dwarves and watch as Saxmut charges out the door. "Find his body in the river by morning," one of the other mutters. "You mark my words. No great loss," you reply, and get to your feet. Yeah, what's over at the other table? Take a seat between a swarty sailor with an eye patch and a swarty woman who also wears an eye patch. Greet the company. Greet the sailor and the woman. "You're nice salty dog," the man remarks. "What do you say, Eka?" The woman, Eka, laughs a deep, throaty laugh. "Not salty, but stray," she brays. Tell him about myself. "I'm from Analand," you tell him. "You're looking to sign on, is that it?" the sailor asks. "No, I'm just passing through." Oh, he nods and drinks a gulp of beer and rubs his stomach as though it pains him. "I got that too." "Listen," the sailor murmurs. "Do you play Swander Swans?" "Let's play some Swindle Stones. I'll play you." "Oh, splendid." He clears a space on the table, moving several beer glasses out of the way. Sorry. Oh, sure. Yeah, how it's done. For gold pieces on the game. I can't do the accent. I'm so sorry. Oh, he's betting 4 gold pieces. That's what he means. You're on. Let's go. Let's bet 4. Let's swindle his stones, lads. Okay. Oh, I got... Okay, I'm gonna go high. I'm gonna make him think I've got 2s. I'm gonna say there's 2 2s. I don't have any 2s. He's gonna say there's 3 4s. Well, 2 4s. I'm gonna say there's 3 4s because I have 2 of them. He's gonna go 4 4s. Saying there's 5 4s at this point might be ballsy. No, I can't. You can always tell a Kharé, or if you know what to look. If you know where to look. Ah, dear. I can call him, but he realistically might have 2 4s. I'm gonna bid 5. He's bidding 6. Okay, alright. He probably doesn't have... Yeah, he probably doesn't have that many. It's only 4 4s. We got him that time. Swindled one of his stones. Hoys a bit. By which he means, how about, my good sir? Okay, 2 1s. I'm gonna raise him to 3 1s, because he might say 4 1s, and I don't have any 1s. He doesn't know that. 4 1s. All of his have to be 1. Call him. Got him. Okay, roll the dice again. Thank you for the translation. Oh, okay, I have a lot of 2s. But I don't want to convince him that I have 2s until later. Well, I'm gonna say I have 2 3s. He's gonna say 3 3s. It's unlikely that all of his are 3. So we call him. There we go. We just gotta trick him with the first one. Because he's never gonna call on the first one because, like, you know, he doesn't know the odds at all. He's gonna say 2 4s. I'm gonna say there's 3 4s. Because I do have 2 4s myself. He's gonna say there's 4 4s. Both of us have to be a 4. Call him. He's only got 1 4. Oh my god, we got a lot of 1s. I just need to catch him out. Bid 2 2s. He's saying there's 2 4s, but I don't even have a single 4. He's only got 1 dice. He's mucked it up. There we go. The sailor hands over 4 gold pieces. Oi, nada! The sailor asks. I can play him again. Should we get some more money? Let's go again. Come on. Empty this man's wallet. I don't have any 3s, so I'm gonna say there's 2 3s. He's saying there's 4 2s. I'm gonna say there's 4 4s. You might get me. Reveal dice. There's only 3. Hard thing is, when you start to lose in this game, it becomes harder to come back. 2 3s. I need to make him make an outrageous bet. I'm gonna say there's 3 2s. 3 4s. 4 threes. Don't call me, don't call me, don't call me. Oh, it's not going well. Only 3 threes. Uh-oh. I may have gambled too much. Okay. Bid 2 threes off the bat. 3 threes. I don't have any threes. I can call them. Please don't have them. Only 2 threes. We got one back. We're clawing it back. You haven't learned from Vegas. He's bidding that there's 1 4. So I can make him think that I have a 4 and say, there's 2 4s. 3 1s. Don't like it. I don't like it. Call it. Ah, bollocks. People were telling me to call. Okay, I won the 2. Okay, straight up. Bid 2 4s. We're going in, guns blazing. 3 threes. Call him. Oh my god, he has them! I have a 4. Bid 2 4s. 3 4s. Call him. Oh! You hand over the 4 gold pieces. 1 more. I'm getting it back. We're doing this again. I'm getting my money back. I'm getting this guy. We're starting the stakes high. Bid 3 threes. He's going 4 2s. 4 4s. 5 4s. You've overdone it. Call him. It's only 4 4s. Come on. I'm swindling his stones. Just mug him. We can't just mug him. 2 4s. I'm gonna bid 3 1s. 3 4s. What about 4 4s? 5 4s. Okay, he's all of his have to be 4. We got him. Don't gamble, kids, or you end up like Dan. Yeah, a winner. There's 2 2s here. I don't have any 3s. Just say, start with 3 4s. Going straight for 4 4s. Oh. There we go. We've almost got him now. 1 2. I'm gonna say 2 4s. 3 2s. Both of his have to be a 2. I could do 3 3s. No, he got me. He got me. Both of his were 2. Okay. We still have a lead. Okay. 2 4s. 3 3s. Both of his have to be a 3. Call. Oh my god! It's down to the wire. One 3. I'm gonna say there's 2 3s. He's gonna say there's 3. Oh. Got him. 1 left. We just need his last dice. And we can real easily trick him here. I'm gonna say that there's 2 3s. Oh no! It's so close! There's 1 3. I will say there is 2 3s. He's saying there's 3. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. His stones have been swindled. Another again? Stop playing. That's enough for me, you reply, putting away your purse. Boy well. Puts the dice away. Air. The sailor nudges your arm and makes a gesture with his elbow. How's about more ale? Don't accept. You shake your head. The sailor shrugs and totters off to the bar, returning a few minutes later with half a flagon of ale. He is drunk the half on his way back. Get up from the table. Go to your feet. Don't go far, murmurs the woman with the eye patch, smiling. When the yard arm's high, that's when I know I'm dry, sings another tight sailor from one corner. Wait, what is the clue there I got? Lord Sansus. 4 of the nobles of Kharé were each given 1 line of the spell of the North Gate. You will need to find these nobles if you can and learn their secrets. How did I get that clue? Amber and Wrecked and Rotisserie, thank you all for 100 bits. Okay, let's retire for the night. We had a good run. Go to our room. The room is small but clean. You lie down on the bed, tired from your day of walking through the busy city. Have a sleep. Close your eyes and the noise from downstairs does not trouble you for long. Your dreams are cluttered and crazy. Red-eyed beings loom at you. Face after face laughs as you ask about the spells. 4, says one. There are 11 spells. 13, 49. And somewhere beneath your feet you hear a man cackling with laughter. The crown is on his head, beyond your reach. The next morning. The clue is in the dialogue you weren't reading. Oh, okay, so like when we're playing the game. That's right. Thanks for that. Yeah, I'm bad at paying attention to that dialogue because I'm focused on the game. That's actually playing. RT was focused, rip. Dawn breaks and you head downstairs. The inn looks like a whirlwind has passed through it. Chairs are turned over on top of tables, plates and flagons have been scattered around, and several patrons are passed out asleep on the floor. I'm terrible when it comes to an opportunity. You feel through the pockets of the first of the fallen drinkers, but either they spent everything they had last night or someone else has had the same idea before you. No one seems to own as much as a sliver of gold. You pick your way across the bodies to the door and go out onto the street. As the sun breaks over the rooftops of Lower Kharé, the city looks as clean and bright, like a stone polished to a shine by a fast-flowing river. The effect lasts for a beautiful moment, and then the people of Kharé begin to stir, opening their windows to throw out their slop, shouting and cursing at each other as they do so. Down to the docks. We're heading to the bridge. The market traders begin to set up their stalls, fighting and threatening each other to get the spots closest to the ships. A few sly types, probably pickpockets, begin to prowl the shadows beneath the stands. There's still areas of Lower Kharé you have not explored, but you cannot afford to waste more time in these slums. If the nobles are to be found, they will be on the other side of the river, and if they are not to be found, you must reach the gate and try to find another way through. We can... Probably need to buy some food. You wander through the stalls looking for something to eat and find a stall selling bomba bread for 2 gold pieces. The smell is quite nourishing. You gotta eat food each day. It's important. Because otherwise you take damage when you rest. Buy a slice of bread. It is pleasantly filling with sweet, meaty texture. You thank the woman at the stall, then head over to the river to wait for the bridge to be lowered. After a while, a grizzled old man arrives and unlocks a small boot by the harbour bridge. He goes inside and closes the door behind him. Wait a moment. You sit down outside the booth to wait for the man to lower the harbour bridge. Half an hour goes by and nothing happens. Look in the boot. Stand up and peer at the booth to see what the old man is doing. He has his feet up on a low desk, his hands folded across his stomach, and he appears to be consulting a tide chart very closely. So closely, in fact, that it covers his whole face and gently rises and falls as he snores. Knock on the boot door. Tired of waiting, you go over to the boot and knock firmly on the door. The old man lowers down the window and leans out the boot. What you want? Lower the bridge. Or good morning. I feel like he might... Good morning. You begin cheerfully. Ha! The man replies. Are you going to lower the bridge? You ask, still trying to be polite. The man pulls a face, curling down the corners of his mouth. It's not yet time. When is time? The man leans into his boot to consult something. His head reappears a few moments later. Tide's gotta go down, he says. Bribe him. I could wait. I could just do it. Like, I don't think that's gonna help. I'm gonna wait. You wait another half an hour, enjoying the morning sunlight playing on the river. It feels like the first rest you have had since you left the outpost settlement. Hard to imagine that, had it not been for the Archmage and the Birdman, you would have never made this journey, never explored the world outside the Tramutanti wall. Let's look around the dock, I guess. You look around the dock. By the base of the bridge, you notice a winch-like contraption. Perhaps it lowers the bridge. Do I try it? You go over to try the winch. It is extremely heavy, but with little effort you manage to get it turned, and sure enough the bridge begins to move slowly down. The old man more or less explodes from his boot and charges over to you. Do you know what you're doing? He demands, apoplectic with rage. You're crazy. What's the problem? The tide, he retorts. The tide is on my chart. Gotta follow the chart. He waves a document at you. Vic'll have my skin. Who's Vic? You don't know? The man replies with clear surprise. Vic's gonna be the ruler of the city soon enough, mark my words. Vic for first noble, so they say. And he taps the side of his long nose meaningfully. Then he sighs. Oh, but I guess it's not far off time. Though I don't like doing things early, not even by a whisker. The old man leaves his boot and goes over to a contraption on the waterfront. He begins to heave and wind an ancient winch. It seems to be quite hard work. He is trying to move the whole weight of the bridge single-handedly. Do I help him? You get to your feet and go over to help the man out. Gar off, he growls. You'll break it. Don't help. You let the man struggle, happy to let him be stubborn. Sweat beads on his forehead and he heaves and puffs as he works, but eventually the bridge clunks down onto place. You salute the man cheerfully and get to your feet. Cross the bridge. You cross the bridge over the river Jabaji, which runs like a slime trail through the center of the city. From the middle of the bridge, you look down into the water and seem to spot a small body floating past on the current. A child or a dwarf, perhaps. Let's just ignore that. You have reached the banks of Upper Kharé. The buildings here are not as grand as on the south side of the river, but they are in much better condition. Fewer people live on this side, away from the fields and the hills, but those that do are richer. They are most likely more dangerous. But of course, it is on this side of the city that the North Gate stands. You follow the road away from the river towards a fork in the road. If there are any nobles still in the city port, their houses are most likely to be on this side of the river. But which way? Now, we haven't encountered any nobles yet, by the way. Like, we need to get like 4 clues before we reach this North Gate, or we're gonna have trouble. I believe one of them is gonna be this temple here. It looks too grand to be otherwise. One of the clues mentioned that someone is buried in the necropolis, but that still means there's 2 other clues, and we simply do not have them. So we have our work cut out for us, because we actually do need to try and find these people. You have a clue about Vic. I do have the clue about Vic, but it's like lines. I think it's like lines for a spell or something, if I remember from the books. I need to gather for that gate. Oh, there's another fork in the road here. The early morning sun is beginning to wade the streets of Kharé. A few creatures roam this way and that. In one corner, a spring bubbles with fresh water. Don't drink from the fountains. Look around. Looking left, the road heads through a residential area that seems well cared for. Short way off to the right is an open plaza. Let's move on. There's nothing for it, you have to explore for yourself. There's stuff up here. Or we can go down towards the square. It looks like we'll have an option to go back down towards the square. Because I doubt we're going to walk up the cliff. I think we have to go down. Not drinking from the fountains. No, it's a mistake. You follow a narrow winding street past shops and stalls. It's still early and they are not yet open. But there are stirrings from within the houses as the day's activities begin. A face appears at one window and seems to watch you pass, although the creature's eyes are closed and you are not sure that it actually notices you. Wave at the creature. You wave to the creature, but it does not react. Its eyes are still closed. And a similar creature stands in a doorway across the street, washing themselves from a bucket. This one is thin and spindly with a long face. Not exactly a human, not an elven either. It's something in between. I don't like the little mob. Ignore him. You pass it by and it seems not to notice you. At the end of the road under a low arch, a group of youths are loitering, talking and kicking stones into the gutter. They notice you and begin to point and talk amongst themselves. Come over. You pause to look at them. They too have their eyes closed, although somehow they have seen you. Perhaps they have only heard you. Take a side street to avoid them. See an opening to one side and nip down it. The youths immediately give chase. They are quick runners and you have to move fast to lose them. But these alleyways are tight and you cannot see what is around each corner as you approach. Run to the first junction. You race forward, reaching what used to be a crossroads, but the way ahead is blocked by a collapsed building. The youths are right behind you. Left or right? Left. You swing quickly left and race past another building to the next crossroads. Straight ahead, you see what looks like a metal hoop lying on the ground. The youths are hot on your tail. I think the hoop is a mistake. I don't trust the hoop. Always go left. You veer left and head down the alley. At the far end, it emerges back onto the street you started on. But the youths you have left one of their number behind there. He grins as you approach. Cast a spell. We're not messing about. We're not messing about. No, how? That's not hot. I was gonna kill him. Illusion of treasure. I don't think that will help us. Illusion of worship. No hot. No, that's H. Yeah, it's only how. Make him depressed. What was the depressed spell? Kid. Create illusions. Kin. Summon a replica creature. We might be in trouble. I can cast how to find that safe passage. It might be worth doing it. Find safe passage. You cast the spell and wait for an indication of how you can safely proceed. Nothing happens. Are these creatures blocking your spell, or is there simply no safe course of action? The creatures advance. Well, perhaps there is no safe course anymore. You launch forward with your sword and one of the youths opens his eyes. There is no time to react. A beam of red fire pours out from under his eyelids and burns you at the wrist. You fumble your attack in horror and the other creatures reach out to grab you. Don't struggle, one whispers, or we'll look at you all over. Uh-oh. You are marched away through the alleyways to a building surrounded by a high wall. It is a prison. You are dragged across the yard into an underground corridor. A cell door is opened and you are thrown inside, landing squarely on top of another creature. Pick yourself to your feet and dust yourself down. Apologies, friend, you say to your cellmate. It is an elven, like those you met in the Shamutanti Hills. but he seems worn out and exhausted. The creature nods to you. Welcome to my little world, he replies. Is the copper key I have the one I need? We can talk to him, but we can just try that soon. Where are you? You ask. My name on the outside hardly seems to matter, the elven replies with a smile. My name in here is number 6, and that'll be your name too. Points a bony finger. It's written on the door, see? And the sounds coming through the walls, this is one of several cells, all side by side. You hear snores, shouts, and screams coming through the stonework. You're an elven. I've met your kind before. Elvens are pretty annoying creatures, he says. That's not what they locked me up in it for. The cell is empty except for a bucket. Murmuring an apology, the elven uses it for what it is for. He's taken a poop. What is this place? This is the jail of the Red Eyes, the elven says. There's one outside, and he points at the guard whose face with eyes closed fills the tiny porthole. Bit worrying. Why are you here? You know, I've asked myself that every night since I was arrested months ago, and I still can't figure it out. I didn't do anything to upset these people. My only idea is that the Red Eyes aren't happy unless they've got someone locked away. Maybe now you're here, they'll let me go. Do you think so? No, he says, I don't. The smell from the bucket in the corner of the room is quite terrible. How can we escape? Escape! The elven laughs. If there's a way to escape, do you think I'd be here? And do you think I haven't tried? I'm an elven. We're not known for sitting still. And it's true. Even as he talks to you, he's constantly fidgeting. I can pray for aid. I can try a key. Try the copper key. Wow, you wait for the guard to turn away from the door, then hurry forward with the key, given to you by the beggar outside Christotanti. It turns. The elven claps his hands, careful to be silent, and the two of you slide the door open. The guard's back is still turned. You have a chance. I have the chain, but I want to see what the bucket does. Pick up the bucket. Moving silently, you pick up the bucket from the floor of the cell. The elven looks at you curiously but says nothing. Put it on the guard's head. You raise the bucket nice and high, creeping forward on tiptoes. At the last possible moment, you bring it quickly down over the guard's head. Unmentionable substances trickle down his face, but for a moment he cannot see. Drag him into the cell. Between you, you grab the guard's arms and drag him backwards into the cell. Excellent, hisses the elven. Now to get out of this place. He rushes towards the door. I don't know if I should hesitate. Quickly search. You search the guard, find a copy of the same key you already have, along with a couple of gold pieces. Quickly. You dive into the corridor and slam the door behind you. Just run for it. Run for it, the elven cries, and he's right. Inside the cell, the guard has gotten the bucket off his head and has moved to the window. You hurtle around a corner just as a beam of fire explodes off the wall behind you. But then your heart sinks. You hear him opening the cell door, and he is out, hot on your tail. Don't stop. Keep running, the elven cries, but he is out of shape from his long confinement. You round into the corner, but as you look back, there's a burst of flame, and the elven is no more. You race up a set of stairs, heading towards a patch of sunlight, and emerge in an alleyway on the other side of the prison wall. The elven's dead. You emerge into a quiet side street and begin to weave and duck through the alleyways. The sound of the pursuing guard is never far behind, and the burning smell from the poor elven prisoner has not yet left your nostrils. I don't want to get locked away again. Turn right. At the first junction, you turn right. The pounding feet of the guard is still hot on your heels. Turn right. At the next junction, you turn right. You can hear the guard shouting and cursing, and you start to lose your trail. Turn left. Keep running, taking a left. Quite suddenly, you emerge out in the alleyway into a narrow street filled with smoke. You force yourself to stop running and catch your breath. Oh God, we're all the way down here now. The street is filled with a sharp, acrid smell. Burning. Looking up ahead, you see a column of smoke. Is the district on fire? Turn down an alleyway. Turn aside from the road, taking one of the winding side alleys, eventually emerging into a square. Just get off that street. It seems dangerous. You follow the narrow alley, which emerges into a wide square, filled with more of the same closed-eyed creatures as before. On the other side of the square, the main road continues on through a low arch. 1,000 other alleyways lead off in all directions into Upper Kharé. I can look through the arch. The arch at the far end of the square is thronged with more creatures, not all the same as those in the square. It seems to be a bustling hub beyond, a market district perhaps. From a side alley, 2 red-eyed guards burst into the square, looking hot and bothered. They turn their faces this way and that, but don't seem to be able to catch your scent. A moment later, they dive back into the alleyways to continue the hunt. You have lost them. To the alleyways. You walk to the center of the square and turn about, peering into all the narrow alleyways that lead off in every direction. To the northwest, they wind between residential buildings, stacked precariously on top of one another. To the south, the alleys seem darker and rubble-strewn. There are fewer rooftops in that direction. A peddler with a tray around his neck walks past you in the square. Anklewort, Blimberry, poultice of millowweed. Talk to the herbalist. He's got some stuff for sale. We might as well hear him out. Leave, don't push it. No, we're okay, we're okay. We've lost the guards for now. We've lost the guards. We're okay, we have a moment of calm. Good day, he greets you. Can I interest you in a poultice of salve? What are you selling? Excuse me. He rubs his hands together. Well, what are you selling? Let me show you. He rubs his hands together. For instance, this. He digs around in his tray. A mustic ointment made from pure mustic. What does it do? Mustic is a powerful hypnotic, he replies. I can make you believe almost anything. He holds it out for you to smell. Don't smell it. You lean away, careful not to inhale from the salve. He smiles and takes a deep breath himself, sighing happily. Okay, I mean, how much does it cost? A pot this size. He holds up a container no larger than your thumb. 4 gold pieces. It's very valuable. He smiles and takes a deep breath himself, sighing happily. I could just ask him for something else. Let's see, something else. What else you got? Give me something else, you tell him. You owe me. The man nods, his pupils dilated wide. Of course I do, he agrees. I know I do. What do you want? Give me your what else do you have, or give me your most expensive item. What else do you have? A blimberry salve, the man replies, made from the finest blimberries. I mean, I can get more blimberry. Blimberry's pretty good. I'm tempted to take that. I'll take it. The herbalist gives you the salve with a smile. Blimberry potion. Okay, stash it. The potion will come in useful later. Bid the man farewell, and he walks away across the square. The man pushes a wheeled cart of fruit and sets up a stall. There's a fruit vendor now too. Your pack is empty of provisions. Perhaps you can restock. Oh, thank God. I've been meaning to get something like this for a while. You walk over to the fruit seller. Morning, he declares morosely. His eyes, like everyone else's, are closed. I'd say it was a beautiful day, but it isn't. Would you like to buy something? He waves a hand across an eclectic tray of fruit. All of it rotten, except for one glistening bamba fruit. I pick through the fruit. Eventually find an apple, which is not too disgusting. 2 gold pieces, the fruit vendor says. You'll say it's too much, of course, and you'd be right, but I can't charge you less. I do just need rations at this point. There's the bamba fruit too. You buy it as much out of pity as anything else. You stash that away. Put the apple in your pack. Look at the bamba. How much for the bamba, you ask? 4 gold pieces, the vendor replies. They're good for you, you know. I could get a bamba fruit, but 4 gold for a bamba is a lot. I'm gonna leave it. Bamba fruit are very good, but they are also heavy to carry and clearly expensive to import. You put the fruit back. Let's talk to the vendor. I'm new to this part of the city, you say. I need directions. The fruit vendor nods, eyes still closed. What are you looking to find? Not meaning, I hope. I need to find the spell lines. I feel like this option is gonna give me away. I'm curious what he'll say. I'm very curious what he would say. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I need to find the spell lines. The vendor laughs. You're going to get your head cut off going around saying that to people. He pauses to rearrange his fruit, accidentally sticking his thumb through a moldy plum as he does so. Where do you get your fruit? From another fruit seller, he answers sadly. That's why it's all rotten. You have nothing else to say. Okay, alright, we're gonna leave him be. Go back to the square. He returns to the middle of the square. The creatures in the square mill about, talking in hushed tones to each other. We can approach the monument, or we could just leave the square. Have a look at the monument. You approach the crowd around the monument, which is so thick it is hard to see inside. Here, says one of the creatures, whom elbow you aside. Be careful. Apologize. You apologize, and the creature huffs and moves away through the crowd. Clambering up the steps of the monument, you finally get to see inside, but the monument seems to be empty. There is just a circular rug that fills the floor space. The crowd murmur and whisper. It seems very shady. It's empty and there's just a circle. I don't think I trust circles. I think the circles are bad and like we need to be wary of them. I'm not gonna throw a coin inside because that will give away that I don't know what it is. Don't step into it, just step away. You step away, shaking your head. Clearly these creatures are religious maniacs. From around the monument you hear a sudden gasp. Something has happened. Back at the monument. You cast another look at the monument and the crowd around it, but nothing seems to have changed. The creatures are still waiting for something. Oh, I don't like them at all. You leave them from one of the various exits around the square. We can go back up a bit to maybe explore this house here. Or there's an alley that takes us back down there. I mean, ideally, this will loop us around. Gotta be a bit wary because the prison's there. I think we go up this way. Where is the crypt again? I think that's the crypt there. There's a lot of stuff in this fallen corridor. Too close to the prison. I'm gonna risk it though. I'm gonna risk it. I think this might be a destination we can go to. You turn around a side alley past large houses on either side. On the right you can make out the roof of a mansion from which a tattered flag is flying. Look at the flag. The pennant is blue and gold and bears a crest, depicting stars shining above an open book. When the wind catches the flag and lifts it, you can briefly make out a letter in black along the near edge. An L, perhaps. Bell, thank you for 100 bits. What's your favorite Lego game you've played? Honestly, at the moment, it's Lego Harry Potter. Like, I'm absolutely loving playing it. Okay, intrigued, you continue up the alley towards the flag, near a mansion. The road turns and heads roughly southeast once more, but you have been spotted. A group of young orclins are scurrying towards you. Oh no, it's kids. Hurry to avoid them or wait for them to reach me. Let's get out. I don't like the kids. You increase your stride, hoping to breeze straight past, but the gang is big enough for them to easily block the road. You are soon right in their midst. Their hands poke at you, push outwards, hoping for a donation. Up the road, you see two red-eyed guards burst out onto the street. They look this way and that, but with the orclins surrounding you, they do not see you. Quickly dash back into the alleyway once more. Okay, I know what to do. I know how to get rid of these. If I can use my dud spell, because giving them a gold piece, they're just going to realize he has money. Take more money. Illusion of treasure. You cast the spell, and piles of gold and treasures spill from the sleeves of your jacket and all over the road. The orclins go instantly into a frenzy of collection, running over each other and beating each other up, stuffing handfuls of gems into their tunics. Take the opportunity to slip away. Being smart about it. We didn't need to just incinerate the kids that time. Smart man. You continue up the road, leaving the chattering orclins behind. After a short distance, you come across a large building made of stones and mortar. Let's look at the building. It stands alone inside its own patch of grounds, and unusually, it seems to be in a state of good repair. A large L is carved on one gatepost. The main road continues straight past the house. Let's approach the house. It's a sub area. Okay, we've actually found something here. Errol, thanks for 500 bits. Are you excited for the new Star Wars Lego game? That's the Skywalker collection, isn't it? I mean, it looks like it'll be cool, but it's like remastering the old ones too. You enter the gate and follow the path to the front of the house, between tall, well-tended trees. This place seems quite lived in. Now, this is a proper home. I can creep around the side. No, try the front door. Try the front door. The door to the house is solid oak wood, decorated with elaborate carvings of vines and trees and serpents. In the middle is a great brass knocker. Let's knock. You knock firmly on the door, but no one answers. The house seems empty, dark and quiet. Can I just cast Dop on the door? I'm worried about breaking an entry. That's the thing. I don't want to come across as a thief here. Because there's going to be something in this house of value. I can cast Dop, or I can just leave the front door. Leave so you can look around more. I just hope it'll give me the option to open that. Step back from the front door. Okay, creep around the house. You move confidently and with stealth. Dropping to all fours, you sneak through the gate and crouch low below the window at the side of the house. But the house seems to be empty, so your caution is unnecessary. Getting close to the ground, you explore the grounds of the building. Oh, this is worse now. Creep to the cover of an outbuilding. It was perhaps once a storehouse, but its contents have now burst through its walls. Broken items and bits of glass tumble out between bent wooden slats and through fractured window panes. Looking back at the house, you can make out a door into the rear of the house. You can look through the junk. You pick cautiously through the junk. There is a gold-backed mirror, its glass shattered, some fragments of an orb of crystal, and half of a pearl ring, what looks like a bite mark taken out of it. The owner of this house must be a wizard, not one afraid to experiment with valuable equipment either. I can try repair something. If you could repair even one of these items, it would be extremely valuable to you. So I can get a gold-backed mirror, an orb of crystal, or a pearl ring. What seems the most useful here? There's a couple of magical artifacts. All of these will let me cast a spell. People are saying the ring. The ring, Frodo. You pick up the piece of the ring. There really are tooth marks in it. Something has eaten the pearl itself. Or perhaps they ate the person wearing the ring and spat this out. Either way, it is incomplete and cannot be repaired. Toss it back into the junk heap. I think the mirror I can repair, maybe. You lift the gold-backed mirror carefully out of the pile. The glass is cracked, but none of it seems to have fallen out of the frame, which means you may well be able to repair it. You open your pack. As you try to slide the mirror in, the glass fragments fall out and shatter to dust on the flagstone path. The mirror is now worthless, so with a sigh you toss it away. Repair the crystal? You lift the crystal shard from the junk cautiously. Once this orb would have contained swirling depths and deep fog, and allowed the user to cast a spell of foreshadowing, but now it is good for nothing. Most of it is missing. You fling it aside. You leave the junk pile and its broken treasures and turn your attention to the back door of the house. You are in luck, it seems. It's slightly ajar. You open the back door. It's been carelessly left unlocked. You go inside. I think this is a trap. The inside of the house is well kept and clean. There are fresh flowers and vases and the surfaces are dust free. It is as though whoever lived here has just slipped out for a few minutes and will return at any moment. except for the paper strewn everywhere across the hallway. The floor is almost a foot deep in books, torn pages, and folders with charred edges. It is as though a lightning storm has passed through the study on the left. Another door lies opposite. By the smell of it, it is a kitchen. I don't want to rob this man. I want to see if I can talk to him. I can look through papers. It's a trap. It's a trap. You browse through the papers. Some are complex and you cannot understand the words. Others are calculations. There are also maps and charts and plans of Kharé, the hills and the backlands to the north. Other documents look almost like charts for spellmaking, such as the chief mage used in the outpost settlement to prepare your spellbook. Whoever lived here was clearly a scholar of some great wisdom, most likely a wizard as well. Or might turn up some interesting finds. I want to find the owner of this house. I think he'd be an ally. Let's try the study. You open the door to the study, pushing hard against a deeper pile of paper. This room looks like a tornado has traveled through it, and perhaps one has. In the very center of the room is a blackened circle burnt into the carpet. There's a smell of iron and ammonia in the air. It's hard to escape the sense that some great and terrible magic was performed here not long ago. But there is no sign of the magician who crafted such a powerful spell. I don't trust circles. I don't trust the circles. I can search the papers. On all fours, you dig through the piles of paper. Books, torn up almanacs, historical files, and sheets of scrawl and scribble. There is nothing here with any meaning. On one sheet, you find an intriguing series of symbols. NQ. And a series of other marks, written and then crossed out. Only one is still readable, and has been circled 1. Keep searching. Oh no. You keep rustling through the paper but come across nothing else of interest. You return to the hallway. There's a slight noise coming from the kitchen. Suddenly, something erupts through the kitchen door, knocking you flat on your back and rearing its fangs. A bristle beast and it's furious. Cast a spell. Cast a spell. Uh-oh. Can I talk to him? Summon a goblin. No, that's not quite. Mud. I don't have sand. Create an explosion? No. Sap caused depression. Sap always seems to be an option. I can cast hot too. And that's just gob again. Okay, let's cast depression. Sap. You cast a spell of the creature who draws his hind legs up piteously and begins to whine. It's already quite sad and would seem over whatever has happened to its master. And the effects of your spell are too much for it. It slopes back into the kitchen. Where now? I might as well try the kitchen. You open the door to the kitchen and go inside. It is laid out as though the owner of the house was in the middle of preparing a meal. Bread is sliced, cheese is on a plate, and a glass of wine sits beside the open bottle. Nothing here has had time to go moldy. A gentle sobbing sound from inside one of the cupboards. Dog's having a rough day. Let's have a meal. You eat the bread and drink the wine and finish off with the cheese, which is full flavored and ripe. There's enough left over for you to add one more ration to your pack as well. Go back out to the hallway. You have explored enough. Leave the house and return to the street outside. So something went down in the house. I feel like there might have been someone that could have helped us there. But maybe we took a wrong turn and we missed them. It doesn't seem right what happened there. Someone took the master. You follow the road, passing a blacksmith's forge. This is where the smoke you saw earlier was coming from. Talk to the blacksmith. You approach the blacksmith and try to attract his attention by knocking a few of his display items off their shelves. What? Why would you do that to get his attention? But it seems the blacksmith is quite deaf. Years of hammer on spark and metal has left him quite oblivious to everything around him. Tap his arm. You walk over and tap his arm and the blacksmith jumps. Didn't see you there, he bellows too loudly. The man is clearly not that bright. I didn't mean to scare you. Not scared, the blacksmith replies hotly. Me? Of you? Nah. The blacksmith polishes his blade lovingly. Ooh, I can ask him about the wolf armor. Right. You make wolf armor? You ask, thinking about the strange werewolf you saw. The blacksmith looks at you with fierce cold eyes. Vic for first noble, he replies, but says nothing more. Vic is preparing an army. You reply murmuring, that's true, isn't it? The blacksmith shakes his head. Vic's a good leader, he says, if you pay your dues to him. Tell me about your swords. This one is my finest, he replies proudly, indicating the blade that he's currently polishing up. A blade of large hand. Large hand? It's large handry. Try the blade. You reach out and try the blade, but the blacksmith catches your arm. I warn you, he says, once you've tried it, you won't want any other, and it's not a cheap blade. Risk it. The blacksmith shrugs and releases your arm. Go on then. You pick up the blade and swing it through the air. It sings. The weight is perfect. The metal sharpened. The balance so delicate it becomes almost an extension of your arm. This is the finest blade you have ever held. How much? 40 gold pieces. 40. That's right. 40. Do you fancy a game of swindle stones? Haggle. I give you half that, you begin, but the blacksmith only laughs. You aren't talking to a child, he laughs. 40. Or I sell it to the next one by. Don't have that much. Blacksmith nods and takes the blade back with loving care. It'll find its owner sooner enough, I'm sure. Blacksmith quickly hammers something. The noise makes your head spin. Too much. I'm interested in the North Gate spell. I make swords, he replies with a shrug, not magic. You want a sword, maybe? The blacksmith goes over to the back of the shop and downs a quick mug of ale. I best do work, he says as he returns. Begarn. And he begins to hammer so loudly you fear for your hearing. You quickly run out of the shop. That's a shame. If we had 40 gold, we could have got something incredible there. You walk between the narrow buildings until you reach a fork. To the left, the road continues towards some kind of bustling market, while to the right, it leads down a shorter street. In the center of the fork is a great bronze statue, some kind of pot at its feet. Oh. Look at the statue. Sword? No. Sard? Yes. Hazel, thank you for another 100 bits. Thank you very much. Zoo, thank you for 100 as well. The statue is of a giant brute wielding a club, and at its feet is a large pot filled with gold pieces. This must be one of Kharé's many gods. The pot intended for worshippers making offerings, although none of the passing creatures seem to be throwing any in. Down the short street. Looking down the short street to the right, you see a sign above a door reading the Gambling Halls of Vlada. Several seedy looking creatures mill about on the steps. Cheerful creatures go in, and miserable looking ones come out. Oh boy, lads. Gambling time. Time to move on. I'm excited. We can look at the statue too before we decide to make a move. Should we make a look at the statue before we decide to go that way? Side street just leads back to where... The side street leads back to where the guy with the sword is. We might be able to get enough gold from gambling to be able to afford it. Oh. We're gonna try this, yeah? You go over to the statue and look into the pot. It seems to contain almost 20 gold pieces. Look up at the statue. Tilting your head, you look upwards at the statue. He is an imposing figure, at least 4 times your height and solidly armed. You do not recognize the god depicted, but his presence so close to the gambling halls suggests he is either a god of prosperity or a god devoted to punishing those who do not pay their debts. This is a trap. I'm not taking this. Leave well alone. It seems most suspicious. So much gold out in the open, it must be a trap. Let's go to the gambling halls. Let's see if we can get enough here. We enter the shade of a long hall filled with bodies and smoke, but strangely silent. No one is speaking, and the only noise is the constant rattling of dice, which rolls around the raftered ceiling like thunder. Only the occasional cheer and curse breaks the mood. By the door is a booth, and the gambling tables are out in the main hall. A great cheer goes up from one of the tables. Check the booth. Go over to the booth, where a Sven lady is handing out gambling chips. She smiles at you. Welcome, sir, she croons, in a voice which sounds like a crocodile pretending to be a songbird. How much can I get you? We're playing. Reluctantly, you hand over all your money. The Sven lady counts it, slowly and meticulously, as though she was not very good at counting, and she hands you over 10 chips. Have fun, she says cheerfully, gesturing to the gambling floor. Here we go, lads. Walk out into the hall. Players of all races and descriptions sit either side of two long wooden benches, starting games with each other, fighting them out, and then exchanging chips and moving on. It's like a kind of stately dance, played with great dedication and almost entirely in silence. An old man, grizzled sailor, and a bristly innkeeper are waiting to play. You notice the old man has only one arm. Is the old man the guy from the prison, maybe? He might be back. Julia, thanks for 100 bits. My mother isn't proud of you, but I encourage your gambling. Don't worry, guys, it's not gambling. We're just gonna strictly make a profit. Don't worry. It's only a gamble if you have something to lose, and we have nothing to lose. We're gonna win. Let's look at the tables. The tables are arranged in different sections by the size of the bet and the number of dice to be played. Sad-looking creatures move down from high-stake tables to lower ones. Brassy and bold creatures move up. At the 2 chip tables are the old man and the sailor. At the table with the 10 chip bet, the innkeeper is waiting to play. The old man and the sailor have just finished the game. The old man must have won, because he stands, cracks his knuckles, and moves to the 5-piece table. The sailor shifts down to the table with a 5-chip wager. Oh. Okay, we can pick an opponent, pick a table. Let's pick a table. At one end, games are being played for stakes as low as 2 gold pieces. At the other end, players are betting 20 on each game. Most tables also offer long games with 4 or 5 dice each, alongside shorter 2 or 3 dice games. All the tables have players ready to play. Look across the tables. Places at the 5 gold tables are occupied by the old man and the sailor. At the 10 chip table, the innkeeper is ready. Long 5 gold, short 5 gold, long 10 gold. Ooh. I think we should do a 5, because that gives us at least 2 chances, so we don't just lose. Go all in. We do long 5? Long 5. Okay. It's the sailor. We're playing Swindlestones. Here we go. Here we go, lads. Okay. Let's bid a 4. Rematch of the century. 2 4s. How about 3 4s? Oh no. Oh no. Not again. Don't use chat. Yeah, I gotta look away. The sailor is pretty smart. 2 3s. Bid 3 1s. 3 3s. I'm tempted to call him. That's a call. Okay, we got him that time. What is he saying? It's hard to tell. You got a 2? 3 fours. He's right in the deep end. I don't know. I think he could have 3, but I don't want to bid for once. Yeah, there was 3 fours there. I was in a tough spot. If I called there, I would have lost anyway. 2 fours. 3 fours. Okay, call him this time. God! It's happening. It's happening. Okay, 2 twos. Don't call me out. 3 ones. I can't, because I can't bet. Because he knows how many 3s he has. I have to call him. No. I have a 2. I could call him out, right? 2 twos. If he doesn't have a 2. Oh no. Change table. Go somewhere else. The Spin Lady leaves the booth at the front of the hall and makes a circuit of the room, offering refreshments at the cost of 4 gambling chips. The burly innkeeper buys 2 rolled up flatbreads and devours them without looking. Pick a table. Battle the old man. Oh, this is a much shorter game. Hello again, old man. They haven't locked you up again, then. Two 3s? 3 ones. 3 3s. Burp. Oh, no! They've all become so much stronger. One 4. Make him think I've got a 4. 2 4s. 3 4s. You sucker. Call. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Bit of 4. 2 3s. Call him. I'm getting him. Let's go. Comeback time. Got a bit of 4. 2 1s. He's only got 1 dice. Call him. Continue. Here you are then, the old man says bitterly and hands over 5 chips. You now have 10. He bids you farewell and shifts to the table with the 2 chip bet. I can stay put, or I can change table. Oh, the innkeeper came over. Nearby in the upper tables, the sailor and the innkeeper finish a tense game. The innkeeper must have won, because he stands, barks a laugh, and moves to join you at the table with the 5 chip wager. Sailor shifts down to where you were at the 5 stake table. Oh, we haven't played the innkeeper. It's so tense. 2 4s. 3 2s. I could call him here. Nope. I gotta not listen to chat. I'm being influenced. I gotta trust my gut here. 1, 2. I'm gonna say 2 twos. Two fours. Is it? 3 fours. Maybe he has 2. No. I can do it. I gotta make him think I have something different. Here's a 4. 2 fours. Okay. Call him. We got him. One, 2. Bit of 4. 2 twos. Okay, we got him. Call. It's only one. It's 1 dice each. Gonna bid that there's a 2. Oh god, does he have a 2? Does he have a 2? I have to call him, I think. No! You're down to only 5 chips. Stay put. Oh, it's the fucking sailor again. Wait, no, this is a long game too. I didn't want to do a long one. I'm bad at the long ones. Did 2 threes. 3 threes. 4 twos. 5 twos. Call him. Got him. You absolute buffoon. No, I'm trying to win the money. Like, look, we're trying to go for the sword. It's worth chancing our gold. Okay, 2 ones. 3 ones. 5 ones. Call him. Only 4 ones. That's right. Okay, I have a lot of 3s and 2s. I'm gonna make him think I have 4s. 2 4s. 3 4s. All of yours have to be 4. Call. There we go. This will turn into a 24-hour stream. I'm trying to get my money. There's a 2. Okay, 2 twos. 3 twos. Both of us have to be a 2. Unlikely. There we go. If you get the early game lead, like, you can just take this so easy. It's so hard to come back if you're down on this. Like, I'm just bidding that there's a 4 here. There's 2 ones. I'm gonna bid 3 ones. 4 ones. Do I think he's got a 1? Call it. He's got a 1. I can still get him. There's 1 4. I'm gonna say there's 2 4s. There's 3 4s. He's getting ballsy. Call him. Got him. You now have 10 chips. We got it back. Oh. I just need 30 more chips. Let's see what tables we've got. Pick a table. Short 2 gold, long 10 gold, long 2 gold. Do we want to go all in? Long 10 gold. Let's try it. Go big or go home. Oh, this guy did beat us before. Here we go. Here we go. If we muck this up, we're kind of screwed. Okay, bit of 4. 3 threes. Jesus. I'll bid 4 threes. 5 threes. That's incredibly unlikely because I only have 1. Get him. Only 4. Not gonna lie, kinda hoping you lose. Shame on you. Have fate. 2 fours. I'm gonna say there's 3 fours. 4 fours. Very unlikely that he has that many. Got him. Come on. I'm gonna bid a 2. He's bidding a 3. What if I said there's 2 threes? He bids 3 ones. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna bid 3 threes because I know that there is that many. There is 3 threes. He got the call wrong. We got another one. We might win the long game. Saying that there's a 1. I will say there's 2 twos. 2 threes. I'm gonna say there's 3 ones. I have 3 ones. I'm catching them. You need help with your gambling addiction? My gambling addiction is making bank right now, I'll have you know. Okay, so this is very straightforward. Just say there's a 4. 2 threes. Hmm. 3 threes. 4 threes. He's gone too far. Call him. We won a long game. We're up to 20 gold. Oh. Okay. Stay put. There's a monk here. Oh no! Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Bit of 3. 2 twos. Both of his are no. Call. Jesus, this is high stakes right now and it's not a lot of dice. He's saying it's a 3. There's a single 3. There's a single 3. Bid 2 threes. I have 2 threes. 3 threes. Do I think he's got a 3? I can't really. I have to call him here. Oh no! I have a 4. 2 fours. We got him. Oh, ho, ho, ho. We now have 30 pieces. 30 pieces. We're so close to getting this sword. Let's change table. I wanna see if we're getting like a long game or a short game when we look at the tables. Pick a table. Long 10 gold. I just want to make sure that I'm not going to be like given 2 again. We need 40 gold for the sword. We need 40 gold for the sword. We need 40 gold. We gotta go for it. Like, we'll never be able to live with ourselves if we do not get this sword. We got a 4. 2 2s. What about 3 3s? Well then, 4 3s. Well then, 5 3s. Well then, 6 3s. God. Oh, I don't like this. Well then, what about 7 3s? No, call him here. Call him here. We got him. 5 3s. Like, read them and weep. 4 aces. Not so fast. 5 aces. Hang on a minute. I've got 6 aces. It's basically what we're doing. He's bidden 2 2s. I'm gonna make him think I have 2s. 3 2s. 4 2s. I think that's unlikely. I only have 1 2. Come on. We're gonna get him. 2 2s. Don't call me. 2 4s. Oh, 3 4s. Here we go. 4 4s. Oh, you. I'm gonna say 5 4s. Because he could have a 4. Okay, 6 4s is taking the piss. Alright. Call him. We got him. A 100 4s. Not so fast. 7 aces. 2 3s. I do have 2 3s. Okay, 3 3s. What's the conversation? My ex-wife? Call him. He did have 2 3s. Okay. That's fine. 2 1s. 2 3s. 3 3s. I don't like where it's going. Call him. Call him. It's unlikely that they're both 3. We got him. 1 more. I think I get tense playing this game. 1 4. Okay, 2 4s. This round isn't over. Famous last words. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. I now have 40 gold. I actually did it. Change table. Get to my feet. Leaving the hall. Cash out. Let's buy the sword. You've done well, she exclaims. You reply with a smile and head back into the street. Okay, make a move. Still have plenty of ground to cover. Back to the blacksmith. You return to the blacksmith's with enough gold to buy the legendary sword. The man greets you with a beaming smile. You're here to take my baby, is you? The price is the same. 40. I'll buy it. You declare grandly, handing over 40 gold pieces. The man hands the sword to you in return. Its lines are perfect, its weight delicate. is the finest blade you have ever seen. You thank him and return to the square. Legendary sword +4. Oh, that's good. That's real good. Can I continue back up the road to the mansion? I can go back to the statue. What's up this way again? I can pass the mansion again. Oh god, now it's continue on. It's taking me back around. Okay. I was just looking at it again. I thought it might say something different. Get into the backside alley that runs between the cliff-based road and the square. Head on down the alley, which goes narrower as it approaches the square. This just takes us back to the square. Okay. Follow the tight street, which comes out once more into a wide square filled with more of the same close-eyed creatures as before. Creatures come and go from the alleyways all around the square. Oh, so if I want, it's giving me an option to walk this way into the falling quarter. Or I can just press on to the necropolis via that way. I think I want to go to the fallen quarter. Gamble again. I have the monkey now too. I don't need to pray for him right now. Let's go back. Let's go down this alley. Oh, cancel. I think we're done with gambling for the time being. We're pretty good. We actually can't gamble at the moment too, because we don't have any gold to start with. We don't have an initial bet. You choose a random alleyway on the right-hand side of the square and slip into the shadow between the tall buildings. The houses either side are well built and well defended. There are only iron railings on the windows, and some even have arrow slits and portcullises. One householder has dug a moat across his front door. Outside one building, a tall man stands with a grappling hook. Watch him. You hang back and watch, and as he swings his grappling hook twice, aiming for one of the windows on the floor above. The hook misses and clatters to the street below, and the man curses before gathering up the rope for another try. Your video went live? Thank you very much, Alina. Let's approach him. Cautiously approach the man as he swings his hook once more. Hope him with the grapple. Are you a thief? Greetings. Let's just help him. Let me try that, you declare. The man turns around, almost jumping with surprise, but quickly smiles. Thank you, stranger. Much appreciated, I'm sure. He hands the grapple over to you and indicates the window he is after. Run off with the grapple. What's in there? You ask, as casually as possible while swinging the hook around your head. It's my house, the man sighs. I locked myself out. Swing and throw. You toss the hook up to the window and it catches. Excellent, the man exclaims. Thank you. Takes the rope, tugs twice, and begins to climb. At the window ledge, he pauses and calls to someone inside. Esme, Esme, just put the knife down, Esme. With that, he clambers over the windowsill and into the house. Tug loose the grappling hook. You grab hold of the rope and whip it, trying to free the hook from the sill. In doing so, you place yourself directly on the window so that when, a moment later, the man comes tumbling out of it, he lands directly on top of you. Picks himself up and shakes himself down. Never marry an elven, he mutters to you. Nice eyes. Very unforgiving. He hobbles away as whoever lives in the house pulls up the grappling line and slams the shutters. Oh, I got injured for that. Oh well. Along the alley we go. We hurt ourselves. Thanks for 200 bits. Proud of you, son. Thank you very much. Zaf, thanks for 3 quid as well. Is it possible that the wizard is the thing they were waiting for in the monument? It had a circle carpet in it and the house was missing a piece of carpet. Also want to add, I hope you're well and thank you for cheering me up during this time. Thank you very much. If I remember rightly from the books, the circles indicate trapdoors. I think that's how it works. And you go to like a very bad place if you walk in a circle. Where there's like almost nothing of value. That's knowledge from the book. Again, this is based on the book. They might have changed some things. But as far as I understand, they are traps. So you gotta be careful. The street has fallen into disrepair around you. Something has blighted this region of the city. Even the trees in the gardens behind the mansions have turned black when they stand. The only greenery is the moss on the stone walls. There are no rats scurrying underfoot, and only spiders roost on the rooftops. You pass a particularly grand house. Its door is locked with a heavy iron chain. Look at the house. There is a metal S bolted beneath one gable. Perhaps it is an owner's mark. Perhaps it is there to stop the wall falling out onto the street. There's a ringing noise from down the alley. A hooded creature with a bell around his neck is approaching in shuffling steps. Let's go into the house if we can. The door to the house is locked with a heavy padlock chain. You try to pry it open with the tip of your sword, but achieve nothing. Cast a spell. Let's dop this open. Dop it. Cast a spell over the heavy chain and it tumbles to the ground. Now that the creature is close, you can hear its sighing, painful breath. Enter the house. You slip through the wide doors into the old empty house, escaping from the shuffling creature. An empty mansion this time. You push open the doors and step inside the dark house. It is a mansion on a grand scale. There are at least 3 floors, and 2 great doors leading off to wings on either side of the entrance hall. From the back of the house comes a voice. The Lord is not at home. Oh. I know. No, I don't. Who's there? You call. The figure shambles forward, resolving itself out of the darkness into a tall ogre wearing the livery of a manservant. His eyes are tightly closed. Lord Shinva is not at home, he intones once more. Please leave. I know that Lord Shinva is dead because we listened to the guys in the bathhouse who mentioned it. Lord Shinva is dead, isn't he? Indeed, the creature replies. He will not be returning for some time. Returning? Is he not dead? Not so dead that he might not yet be revived, the creature replies. But I hold out very little hope. My service will continue regardless, of course. As he speaks, you notice a flash of metal from his neck, some kind of collar made of strange, dull-colored metal. Then the collar is covered up by his shirt. I must now ask you step aside, he declares, gesturing at the door. I want to help him. Where can I find him? Try the necropolis, the creature replies. But my lord does not take kindly to visitors without an appointment. He nods to the door once more. You leave the house and return to the street. Our alley opens up to your left, slipping between the buildings. Oh. We can follow the road or we can go down this alley. Appointment with a dead guy. I booked an appointment while you were still alive. If you could help me. You slip between the buildings and emerge onto a dirt track that dodges around piles of rubble on either side of the street. It looks as though a gigantic boulder has rolled it down the path, crushing everything in its wake. Even the pebbles underfoot have been ground to a fine dust. A few blueberries grow by the side of the track. Look at the berry plant. Leaning down by the small plant, you look more closely at the blueberries. They seem perfectly ripe and glisten with juiciness, but you do not recognize them. You smell the plant. You lean in close and take a deep breath from the plant. The smell is sweet and rich and quite enticing. Oh. Do we trust them? Do we trust the mystery berries? A handful. You gather a handful of the berries. A few are squashed in your palm as you pick them, coating your hand with dark blue juice. Taste the berries. You try a berry cautiously. The taste is sweet, almost sickly. A moment later, that is exactly how you feel, and you look down to see your hands are turning blue. Your breath is short in your lungs. You are suffocating from the inside out. Oh, Jesus. Drink my blimberry. Working with a desperate speed and shaking fingers, you pull out your blimberry potion and knock back a dose, hoping its effect will be strong enough to counter the poisonous berries. There's a tense moment, and then you start to feel better once more. Once you have recovered, gasping and heaving for breath, you get back to your feet and wipe your hands free of the stain on them. You leave the deadly berries and move along. Well, that might have been a mistake. You were doing so good and now look at yourselves. I'm sorry. The mystery berries enticed me. You emerge from the alley into a wide area of wasteland. Once this was a busy city district, but now it looks as though a hurricane has leveled it. Nothing stands higher than head height. A few staircases lead to nowhere, and in some places a door still stands. Plants grow from every crevice and crack, as though someone has poured green paint over the whole scene. Things are constantly moving and shuffling between the leaves. Follow the road. The road, such as it is quickly smuttered by piles of wreckage. There are lots of other ways to pick your way through. One possible route leads up and over the side of a broken down house. Another passes by what might once have been a mill. You would have to climb over the mill wheel to continue this way. Look at the broken house. The house has been sliced like many a layered cake, showing the floors that were once inside. Open rooms have been stripped of their color by the wind and light, and of their possessions by a decade or more of scavengers. But there are still hints that this place was once a family home. The hooks in the ceiling above the hearth, the marks notched on the ground floor pillar that suggest the height of growing children. Let's look at the mill. Who would build a mill out here, so far from the river? Still, there is a gigantic mill wheel lying on its side in the path. Despite the state that the building next to it is in, the wheel itself seems perfectly intact, and has not even lost its perfect circular shape. Going the broken house or the mill wheel? Chat is super chill right now. Yeah, I love it when chat is chill like this, honestly. Thank you guys for that. Oh, the mill wheel, it could be a circle. Couldn't it? Climb the broken house. We don't trust circles. You clamber up the fallen rubble to the roof of the broken building. From here, you get a clear view across the rest of the wasteland. It stretches for a mile or two, and it will take about an hour to cross on foot. And at its far side, a tall iron fence, thick with ivy, slices across the land. Perhaps to keep the people of the wasteland out, or to keep whatever is beyond the fence in. In the distance, you see dark shapes moving across the sky. Stop and eat something. You perch on the collapsed chimney stack and eat the apple. The dark shapes in the distance wheel and turn about, around the steeple of some tall building, perhaps once a church. Some kind of bird, it is hard to see. Once you are finished, it is time to continue. You make your way down the far side of the building and back along the path, which soon forks. Ooh. Coming up, we're going to be approaching this fence either way, I think. You can go left or right. Those look like the stuff in the gardens over here. Let's go to the right. You follow the path to the right between broken foundations and cracked streets. On one side, a roof sticks half out of a sand dune. On the other, a front door lies flat on the ground, as though leading to a hidden cellar. Then the path comes to a building that, amidst all its destruction, is still standing. Its door is closed, and its stone walls seem completely intact. Try the door. You try the door and find it falls open at the slightest touch. Enter the house. The house consists of a single room with a large table and a large chair, and in the far corner a sealed box. Everything seems in good repair. The wood looks waxed and polished, and the hinges on the box are free of rust. Uh-oh. Look around. From the doorway, you stop and look around. That's when you notice the foot sticking out from under the table. Look at the foot. You crouch down and peer at the foot. It is clawed and a dull shade of grey-green. It's about the size of your head and sticks out from under the low table. This house feels dead. Even the air inside seems not to move. See if the foot moves. You hang back nervously to see if the foot does anything. It does not move. It does not smell either. So whatever foot it is, they're certainly not dead. Poke it. Reaching forward with your sword, you cautiously prod one toe of the foot. Nothing happens. Prod it once again. Feel more confident now, you prod it once more. Still nothing. It seems like this creature is either very asleep or very dead. The box. I need the box. No longer concerned about the creature, you head over to the box and lift the lid. Inside are a series of small round stones, carefully carved. Lift out a stone. You pick out one of the stones at random and lift it from the box. It isn't heavy, but is exquisitely smooth. Not quite round, with a dimple at the top and a deeper pit near the top. In fact, you realize as you turn it over in your hand, it is carved in the shape of an apple. Looking in the box, you see several other carved foodstuffs, apples, bread, rolls of goat's cheese, a ham. Each is almost perfectly chiseled in the shape. Wait, is there a circle? I think there's a Medusa here. That's what I'm worried about. It's not quite round. The circle's not quite round. Look through the stone food. You search through the box, hoping to find something of value, or else something to explain the purpose of this collection, but you discover nothing more. Turning away, your eyes fall on the other side of the table, where the head of the creature lies. The face is clearly stone, the eyes are stone, the open mouth is stone. It is a statue of a Sven, or else it once was a Sven. In its hand you see it holds a stone shovel. Oh, I'm getting a bit concerned now. Let's examine that shovel. You peer at the shovel. It has a wide blade, good for heavy digging. This creature was a gardener, perhaps, or a farmer. More likely, given this lonely outpost near the necropolis, the city gravedigger. But now he is solid stone. Such things are not impossible. Perhaps he buried a wizard's lover. A day too soon, perhaps. Step back outside into the dying sunlight. We were fine. We were fine. We were okay. Everyone take a deep breath. You know, we made it through. We're in the clear. We didn't get turned to stone. Just the other person did before. I'm gonna take a sip of my water. Oh, it's a bad sip. Water trying to kill me. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Bad sip. Bad sip. Let me just take a little bit more. Wrong pipe. Yeah. No dying allowed. You make your way between blasted walls and weed-encrusted rubble. There is constant movement in the corner of your eyes. Rats scurrying to hide under stones and in the cracks. The path turns around a large stone fountain, which is toppled over on one side, revealing an empty well shaft leading down into the earth. My mind goes blank. Toss a small stone into the well. It plunges in the darkness. Then with a thunk, it hits something, barely a foot or two down. By the sound, it made a wooden board. Let's look into the well. You peer over the edge of the well and look down into the darkness below. There seems to be some kind of wooden ledge built across half the shaft a short way down. Beyond the ledge, the well continues in the darkness. I don't think clambering down, because this is circle. It's a circle. I don't know. Drop in a stone. You find a small stone and toss it down. It falls past the wooden ledge and then hits another a little further down. Someone has built a way into this well. Uh-oh. Do we... Well, let's clamber down onto the ledge. Clamber over the edge of the well and drop down the ledge. You land on a wooden platform built half across the width of the well. A gold piece lies by your feet. I'm gonna cast a spell right now, because there's one to detect danger, and we're entering a zone right now. Sus. Sense danger. You cast a spell, and a quiet voice tells you that you're in no immediate danger. but that there is plenty of danger below. Distant noises echo up the well shaft. Let me just see the map. Oh my god. There is another well. There's some kind of circular chamber. There's a lot here. Yeah, that's a circle. That's a circle. Circle, run. We do need to get to the necropolis, so I'm worried we'll miss it if we're in the well. Should we climb back out? There's this stuff here, but I'm worried it's gonna kill us. The coin is a circle. Take the coin. Pocket the coin. Get out, get out, get out. Maybe you can go down the outer well. Yeah, we'll try go down another well. There's no reason to risk your neck. You quickly haul yourself up from out of the well. Yeah, we're back up. Yeah, because we do need to get to the necropolis. I don't know where these wells come up. We do need to meet something there. Don't be the typical white horror movie character. Yeah, we don't want to lose our sword too. You blink in the sudden sunlight. It's approaching late afternoon. Follow the path around the edge of the wasteland. The edge. After a while, another path joins this one. Looking back along it, you see a toppled steeple. A track climbs the rise at your back toward a low hovel. This is the far edge of the wasteland. Ahead, you make out a line of tall, dark trees. Steeple, there's a low hovel. Let's check out the steeple. We might as well. You make your way through the wasteland towards a church. Most of the building is in ruins, but a tall steeple still stands for the sky. Circling the steeple are two dark shapes that look like enormous birds. At the foot of the church, a man dressed in rags is curled up asleep. Let's look at him. Stop and peer down to look at him. Under a floppy hat and above a thick briar bush beard, two white eyes glow slightly like orbs. This poor creature is not only blind, he has no eyelids at all. Let's wake him up. You reach down and wake him gently. At first he doesn't respond, and you wonder if you are too late, but then he sits up sharply. "Who's there?" he demands. "I'm under attack! I'm under attack!" He rubs his eyes and reaches out with dirty fingertips for your face. Introduce myself. "Greetings," you say. The beggar groans and grumbles. "What did you wake me for? I can see in my dreams, you know. I'd rather stay there." Oh, God love him. Give him some. You dig through your pack for something that might interest the beggar. Give him a coin. You toss him a gold piece. That's the gold piece I found in the well. Thank God we had that. Which he catches with obvious joy and stashes deep into his rags. "Thank you," he declares effusively. "Thank you from the bottom of my rotten soul. I'm so grateful." His voice tails off. He looks upwards as if he has heard something. His face falls. "Oh no," he cries. "Not again. Not again. Every time." What is the matter? "Look," he replies, pointing upwards. You turn your attention skywards to see the two dark shapes are hurtling downwards, beaten wide, leathery wings. They are the creatures you saw flying around the steeple. "God-cursed harpies," he declares bitterly. "They come for me every time. Every coin I get, every apple, every stinking crust of bread, they come and they take it from me. What did I do to deserve such torment? Run away." No, let's protect the beggar. You push the beggar back and stare up into the sky. Oh my God, those are enormous things. The harpies are screaming down towards him, ugly, dark-skinned creatures with sharp talons on their arms and legs, coming to tear out what is left of his eyes. Draw my sword. Let's get some use for this. You draw your sword and shove the beggar back into the shelter of the church. "Let me deal with these foul creatures," you declare. The beggar begins to issue weeping thanks. The first harpy now within reach of your face. Your attention is elsewhere. Look, we can go all the way up to 13 now. Okay, cut this harpy. Okay, so he went for a pretty powerful hit there. I don't even need to use max stamina. Killed him effortlessly. You take advantage of the harpy's panic to press forward. Pushing off the ruined wall behind you, thrust forward. The harpy hits the ground. It is a huge creature as big as a bear, but the savage light in its eyes has gone dark. The beggar darts forward to jab at it with its stick, but there is no time for celebration, as the second creature is already searing down from the sky. Here we go, round 2. Oh! Not quite. Oh, it's out of reach too. I can only hit it when it attacks. Otherwise, it's dodging. I think he's gonna go for it. Fuck. I'm gonna restart this one. Oh, I'm gonna restart this one. Defend. Defend. Oh, you bastard. I need to get him soon. Defend. Oh, we're in trouble, lads. We got him. Okay, 11 stamina loss. Try again. That was bad. That was real bad. Thrust. There we go. We got him so much better that time. Thank God we can rewind the fights. Thank God. The beggar creeps out from his hiding place and thanks you 2 or 3 times over. Tell me truthfully, who are you? Why are those harpies after you? The beggar looks at you, thinking hard, and shakes his head. If you do not know my name already, he says, then it's best forgotten. Oh, he might be one of the lords. Is he Sansa's? He's not Shinva. Shinva's dead. Teaches at the temple. Sansa's. Oh no, I got it wrong. It's not Sansa's. He laughs bitterly. No, I am just a beggar. Be gone now before I give you the plague. You nod once more. Nod once, but no more. Then you leave him, chewing on the gold coin you gave him, and head off down the track. Oh no! No! Do I rewind? Do I rewind? Save scum. We've been so good. This seems really important. We're going back. It's rewind time. Okay. Give him some. Okay, just go through it. What is the matter? Protect him. I can win these fights again. Just do it again. Round 2. We're not messing about. Okay, this guy always goes all in for the first one. And then we just try hit him. And he's dead. Harpy's dead. Let's take a second chance at his name. I can cast a spell. I don't think he's Shinva. Cast a spell. I don't think he's Shinva, because I thought Shinva was like... something different happened. Find safe passage. There's nothing dangerous here. Oh, tell it. I could read his mind. I don't have it. Sense danger. There's no danger here. Gak? Cause fear? Not quite what I want. I don't think I have a spell here that will help. Illusion of treasure? I'm not doing that to a poor old beggar. Can I just press him? Tell. I don't have the artifact, do I? I don't have the thing for it. Requires a skull cap, see? I can't read his mind. I don't actually have it. Just press him? Press him to reveal a secret, but he shakes his head. Never. My old life is over. I don't think he's Theta. I don't think he's Sansa. I don't think he's... Well, no, he's not Sansa. I don't think he's Theta. I don't think he's Shinva. Shinva is dead. Shinva. Yeah, he's dead and buried. We gotta get it. It's not Shinva. Okay, give him something. Toss him a coin. Fight the harpies. Draw my sword. He might not have a name. Could actually be that. Maybe just try that. There's no spell I can cast that actually helps me. There we go. We went from no rewinds to rewind like 3 times in 2 minutes. Okay. It's not Sansa's. Not Shinva. It's not Theta. Press him. I don't know your name. It doesn't matter. It's not gonna be Theta, guys. It's not gonna be it. But I'm just gonna do it to prove it to you. That it's not this name. Alright, and I was convinced from the start it wasn't this one too. I want that the record show. I think to know his name, we would have had to find it somewhere else. And it's unfortunately been buried. That was a very, very weak hit. I'll just defend one. Got him down. You can always fear him. No, I don't have a face mask. You have to have the magical artifact for you to be able to do stuff like that. I do not have many magical artifacts, unfortunately. We've just not had much luck finding them. Who are you? You're Theta. Wait, he was? No! I was so convicted. Oh, god damn it. Because I thought Theta was the one with the big temple at the end. God damn it. I was wrong. I'm a fraud. He tries to deny it, but his pause is too long to be believed. Finally, he sighs. I am, or I was before I was destroyed. Talk to him. Lord Theta, I'd like to talk to you. He sighs. That's my name, I don't deny it, he replies. I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you happily. Ever since the blindness struck me down, I've been tormented by those demons, and now they are dead. You have saved me, or as much as I can be saved. What happened to your eyes? Take a moment to show some sympathy. What happened to your eyes? A black eye curse, and I know who cursed me. It was Sansa's. Once he was a good ruler, fair and honest. He ruled Kharé like a kind father looked after a cherished daughter. Nothing was too much effort. But he began to fear his other counselors. He thought they were plotting against him, ready to overthrow him. Go on. You can see he's shaken at the very act of remembering. You gesture for him to continue. Well, the beggar whispers, he began to take actions against us. First, moving the portal traps around without telling us. Then later, people started to disappear. Shinva first, he was cursed to a live in debt. Then Mulas, equally cursed to a die in life. And then me. He begins to weep once more. The beggar shivers against the sudden breath of cold. The afternoon is waning, evening is approaching already. Days are growing shorter, Theta remarks. It's like that here, near the backlands. I need your spell line. Happily, he says, I am glad to be rid of it. It was... Oh no, my memory is not as good as it was. Let me see. It was... Hit him. No, just wait. You wait patiently for him to remember. Got it, he exclaims. It's by Corga's grace and something's pride. Oh, but I can't remember what the something was. The beggar makes a coughing sound. I'm starving, he whispers, so hungry. Try to remember the last of the line, my man. He shakes his head. It's gone, I fear. It's gone like my sight. It was the name of a god, one of the old gods, the god of pride, no less. Maybe you can find out elsewhere. You can ask Corga, the god of grace, for his help. The god lives in a temple that way. He waves roughly northwards. I want to give him some food, but at the same time, I do not have a lot of food. Tell me about Corga, you ask. How can he help me? Corga sees all, knows all. Suddenly, the beggar grips your wrist and squeezes. But you risk your life if you talk to him. Remember, please, the left eye. That's how you start the left eye. Oh. Okay. Give him some food. You dig into your pack and pull out a hunk of bread and cheese, which you offer to him. He accepts it greedily, gobbling so fast so you think he'll make himself sick. Once he is finished, he inhales deeply. I feel almost human again, he remarks. Today has been a lucky day, friend. Let me reward you. What's he gonna give? Here is my story, he begins. I used to collect tax in the city. I didn't account truthfully. That's why those harpies haunted me, as a revenge for everything I ever took for myself. I give the most valuable piece of it now to you. With that, he holds out a ring of silver, fashioned in the shape of a serpent that coils twice around your finger. This is a talisman to protect you from serpents. Please take it. It will be useful to you. I know it. Take it. You take the ring, placing it on one finger, and thank him. You can't help wondering if you will ever learn if it's truly a powerful item, or just a trinket. He smiles contently. Perhaps, he says, I feel a little better now. It's a circle, it's cursed. You thank the beggar once more for his help, incomplete as it was. Then you look to the track ahead, and take your leave of him. You return back along the path to the junction. Okay, the serpent ring, I believe, is actually quite a powerful artifact. I remember that from the book. So I'm thankful we have that. I can't remember exactly what it does, just because it's been a while. But that's going to be handy in, like, Book 3, I think. A track climbs the rise at your back, towards a low hovel. You are back at the far edge of the wasteland. Ahead, the sun is setting behind the trees ahead. Okay, let's, there's a low hovel and there's a fence. We might as well check the low hovel. You climb the rise towards the hovel. It is merely a tent, pitched in a clearing. Guy ropes held down by rubble. Listen at the door. You stand and hold your breath, but you hear nothing from inside. Perhaps it is unoccupied. Certainly it can't contain much. Hop on in. You step into the shade of the tiny hovel and your eyes widen. The room inside is lined floor to ceiling with trinkets, knickknacks, bric-a-brac, and other miscellaneous stuff. Some is piled up on the shelves. Some hangs down from the ceiling. Even more leans against the walls. There are weapons, pottery, jewelry, domestic objects, magical items, and so on. Sitting cross-legged on the floor amidst all this mess is a small bearded gnome who rubs his hand and greets you as you come in. Greetings, gnome. Greetings, the gnome answers enthusiastically. Pass the ground beside him. Let's see if we can do a little bartering. As you can probably tell, I've no interest in money. The gnome gestures around his little room. There's clearly a lot to choose from, but the items which stand out are a bamboo flute, a pot of beeswax, a bag of goblin's teeth, a cloth skull cap, and a compass whose needle quivers in a direction which is close to, but not actually north. What would you like? The gnome asks. Okay, so I don't know what I trade for items here. The skull cap seems like it's going to be handy to have. I think we have to trade him items that we have for each thing. I'm not really interested in the teeth. The beeswax is sometimes handy, but most of the time Raz just increases your damage in combat. I wanna take the compass. I'm curious what that does. It's not a normal compass, the gnome says. Instead, it'll point you to where it thinks you need to go. I'm afraid it has a mind of its own and isn't always correct. It probably won't work in the countryside outside Kharé either, but I'd understand if you don't want it. Ooh. It won't work outside of here, but it might find us something. You know what? Take the compass. For a moment, you seem to see something move in the corner of your eye. Sounds intriguing, you reply, not putting the compass down. It's 2 items so far, the gnome remarks, counting on his fingers. That's enough, I think. All done, the gnome answers. Very good. I count that you've taken 2 things, so that means I've taken the same number of things of yours. Very quick, you probably didn't even notice me doing it. Good day. Wait, what did you take? Well, really, I have no idea. I'm a kleptomaniac, as should be fairly obvious, and what's more, I couldn't see into your pack when I was taking it, could I? But I'm very fair and I took exactly the right amount of things, so we're all square. If he took the sword, I'm gonna be very upset. Sword is still intact. What did he take? Did he take the compass back? I don't... No, the compass is still here. What did he take? Oh, the ring. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, we're... Leave. He took the ring. I think he took our bait. He took our silver chain too. Oh, the fucker. Yeah, that's not worth the cap. That's not worth the cap. Yeah. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I need to keep that ring. That ring's arguably more powerful. We'll find other people who sell skull caps. You return to the far edge of the wasteland. Ahead, the sun is almost gone, and the trees glow with color. The defense. The path ends at a tall and ancient iron fence, overgrown with weeds. Through the dense leaves, you can make out a wide area beyond, dotted with stones and small buildings and straight, somber trees. It is a necropolis of mausoleums and tombs. Can I just open the... Is there a door to open, or is it just a fence? It just costs... Find safe passage. How? You cast a spell, and a clear, calm voice enters your mind to tell you there is a way through the fence already present. You cannot see it, however, so it must be covered up somehow. The voice offers no more aid, and then the spell fizzles away. Something, a rat perhaps, scurries through the fence and back into the wasteland. Pull the ivy away. You crouch down and begin to clear the ivy from the base of the fence. Sure enough, a foxhole is quickly revealed, which tunnels directly underneath. Oh, perfect. Climb into the hole. You'll kneel down and wriggle your way into the foxhole. It is so narrow that you have to keep your arms out in front of you and drag your pack along behind, but thankfully it is short, coming up on the other side of the fence less than 2 strides away. You pull yourself up from a hole in the ground into a graveyard. Yeah, we're in the graveyard. The hole is a circle. It's fine. It's fine. It wasn't a portal trap. We're good. Rotisserie, thanks for 100 bits earlier. RTGame eats his words live on stream. I was convinced it wasn't Tita. I really was. You are standing in the grounds of the necropolis, a city within the city, occupied by the headstones and mausoleums of the dead. Somewhere, beneath the yews and cedars, you can make out the wide road that loops through the graveyard before turning uphill as it heads for the far gate. The wind whistles between the tall trees. The sun is setting behind the wall. Look around the gravestones. You step nervously off the path and walk between the nearest tombs. Some are ancient, headstones tilt at the crazy angles, and some of them fallen face down, so the citizens of this graveyard have been drinking since they died. Others are fresh, neatly carved and clean of all moss and weeds, that sparkle in the moonlight, as though cleaned by maids and waiting for their occupants to arrive. Explore the older tombs or explore the newer tombs? I mean, Shinva just recently died, so hopefully he's in one of the newer tombs. There are several tombs here. There must have been a recent plague on the rich in the city. They are scattered around in roughly alphabetical groups. Explore the tombs of Anagil the Ferret, Gil to Neferit, Oxil to Tamarin. Shinva, it's S, yeah? You look from one headstone to the other. A few catch your eye, though you cannot immediately say why. Shinva's mausoleum. You approach Shinva's mausoleum. Carved above its door is "Here rests Lord Shinva, 5th noble of Kharé." A noble. Surely it's too late for them to help you. Here we go. We're going in. New zone. The door to Shinva's mausoleum seems to be unlocked, and there's a crack ajar, as though someone regularly came and went. Just in front of it is a ring of little mushrooms growing up against the front step of the mausoleum. Crouch down to look at the mushrooms. They look highly poisonous, not least because you cannot see a single insect crawling around under any of them. Unusually, the ring itself is also perfectly circular in shape. In its center, something silver glints. A stake pushed into the soft soil. Cast a spell. I want to see if there's a way to get that silver stake, because that might be handy. You can't walk in it. Would this protect me from the circle? I don't know. Sus will just tell me there is a trap. There is a trap here. We know there is one. Wait, if I cast big... If I just grow in size and reach out and stretch, maybe I can just grab it. Big. Cast a spell and feel yourself inflating the 3 times your normal size. There's no way you'll be able to fit inside the mausoleum building. Take the silver stake. Using your extended height, you lean over the circle of mushrooms, careful not to touch them or the ground below. You draw the stake out of the ground. It is a short sword made, it would appear, of pure silver. It's too cold to stand still in the shadow of the wall. Wait. So walk into the tomb or step over the ring. Which one of these is walk around the circles? Stepping over or walk in? Because it would be step around, I hope. You take one easy step across the circle of mushrooms onto the step of the mausoleum. Oh, because we're still big. Then you wait for the spell to wear away. Perfect. Shinva's tomb. Once you are small once more, you step into the hush of the crypt. The air inside is freezing. Dust coats the floor. Urns line the walls, but there is no coffin. The floor space is empty, except for on the far corner, where a narrow stone staircase leads down into darkness. There is some kind of danger here. Let me see. There's definitely some kind of danger here. But I'm wondering what else we can do. Sus does not help me. Causing depression on myself does not help me. Protect from magic, maybe. Summon darkness is already kind of dark. Opens locks and doors, but I don't think there's a door I need to open. Sus won't really help, I think. Because I'm fairly sure there is danger. But we'll cast it anyway. Cast a spell, clearing your mind to allow a calm inner voice to speak. It warns you that in the lower level contains a dangerous death rate, who can only be defeated by weapons made of silver. There is also a trap on the floor, which will prevent you from escaping from here. Oh, that's good to know. Its skulls peer at you from the walls. Am I good? Is this gonna stop the trap? Let's find out. Unafraid of what you might find below, you make your way towards the stairs. But you must have stepped on some kind of switch, as behind you you hear a noise. You turn to see the door is swinging shut. Let it close. You stay back, not wanting to be crushed by the heavy stone door. It seals with a bang and you are plunged into darkness, filled only with the sound of your own breathing. And another noise, a distant rattle of chains. In the dark, the echo of the slamming door circles the room. Things are moving across the flagstones. I can pray for aid. Do I have a spell? There is one called Sun, but I don't have the prerequisite for it. Unfortunately. Great light, it requires a sun jewel. Pray for aid. You close your eyes and raise a fervent prayer to the ape. For a moment you do not think it is heard, and then somewhere underground you hear a mighty crash as though a heavy weight had fallen from a fraying rope. The door judders in response. It seems the counterweight which had caused it to close has come away, so you should now be able to open the door. Getting your fingers into the crack between the door and wall, you're able to prise it open a fraction, then a little further still, till the cool air of the graveyard is flowing into the mausoleum. You gasp with relief. Something rushes across your boots and into the crack in the stone. Okay, so we can leave at any time now. Thank you to the ape for helping us. Silver sword is -3, which is interesting. The chain, we have the chain is silver too. So we have silver equipment. You head for the stairs once more, but the light from the doorway does not go far. Halfway down, the dark is absolute once more. You can't equip the sword before you go in, unfortunately. That's not how it works, guys. You're not understanding the game. If I can equip it, it will let me equip it. Menacing sounds echo up from the depths of the crypt. The clanking of chains, the moaning of wind. Perhaps there is some kind of machine down here. Perhaps the mechanism that operated the door. Surely it can be nothing worse. Keep going. Something reaches out and touches your neck with an ice-cold grip that tightens and tightens. Stab it with the silver sword. You lash out with the silver sword and feel it connecting with your attack through groans and moans. But in the darkness, you miss as often as you hit, while the grip in your neck is squeezing every last drop of air from your lungs. You begin to choke, struggle, or scream. Oh no. You twist and turn about, but you only shake the last air from your lungs. Then just as you think you will never breathe again, a heavy blade is pushed into your heart, and you die from that instead. You've been stabbed in the dark. Let's go back to before we went down the stairs. Back into the dark. Let's try the chain this time. Okay, so freeze. You stop still. Someone reaches out and touches your neck with an ice-cold grip that tightens and tightens. Whip with the silver chain. No. That produces the same effect. Yep. Let's rewind again. We're gonna need some kind of magic. I really could use light here. But I also can create a fireball. You cast the spell, creating a blazing ball of flame that for a moment fills the stairwell with light and reveals a ghostly shape hovering in the air just a foot in front of you. Its claw and skeletal hand reaching out, then the flame vanishes in the cold of the crypt. Someone reaches out and touches your neck. Whip it with the silver chain. No! Ah. Maybe I could stab it this time after I get the light in the room. Fireball again. We can see it. Stab with the sword. You begin the choke. Oh, we are fucking struggling in this crypt. Maybe, is there any other spell that could help? Any other spell? G and it's empty. Create a wind. Create a force field. I can't do sun. No, I don't have the stone, guys. You need to have the artifact for the spell to work. I can do Foff. Create a force field. Can I just fight it? No, you begin to choke. Back real quick. What else we got? I may not be able to get the line. Sus. No, it's just sun there. Sun doesn't help. Because I don't have the stone. I just can't do it. I don't know why G is there. Hot does not help. I don't have sap. I don't have mag. How? No, I got... Find safe passage. A voice enters your mind telling you there is no hope for you in the darkness below. Run. Okay. We found the tomb after all that, but we can't even fight the death rate. We gotta pray for aid. Prise open the door. And we just have to leave. We've only got one line of the spell. There's 4 lines. There's 4 lines we need. For the older tombs. You wind your way between the headstones to reach the oldest area of the graveyard, in the corner nearest to the city wall. Most of the stones here are now mere rubble. A few statues lie face down in the mud. A tree is split through a carved stone coffin. I can go grave digging. You soon find what looks like the oldest tomb. It is a small mausoleum, with a low roof supported by ornately carved pillars. An inscription reads, "Here lies Lorag, founder of Kharé." Look at the mausoleum. The tomb is a simple stone cabinet, carved with the likeness of a man. From centuries of rain and wind, you can make out nothing of it but a long grisly beard. Below the inscription is a longer tablet, but is half weathered and covered in moss. Clear the inscription. You clear away the dirt from the carved inscription, but you still cannot make out the words, only trace their outlines with your finger. The eyes of the carved statue appear to be watching you. Let's make a rubbin. For a rubbin of the inscription, you need some kind of charcoal, and you have nothing that will do. Oh no, we don't have anything. You look closer at the carved man, but notice nothing more. It is just an engraving of an old man in a serene death pose. If this really is the grave of the founder of Kharé, the chances are he did not die so peacefully. Head away from the tomb, something scurries across your foot and is gone. We're gonna have to go to the gate with like Just one line of the spell. We only have half the line at the moment, too. Return to the path gracefully and make your way to the far side of the graveyard. Below the gate is a disused well, perhaps once used to draw water to wash bodies before interment. Look down the well. You lean over the side of the well house to peer down. It's pitch black, of course, and seems to go on forever downwards. Then, for a moment, it looks as though there is something in the shaft, but a moment later it is gone. A trick of the moonlight, perhaps. Pull up the bucket. You turn the winch on the side of the well, drawing up the water from beneath. It comes to the top, filled with clear water. Let's chance the mystery bucket. You scoop a handful of water and taste it. Despite your surroundings, it is fresh and quite clear. You feel much better for it. Oh, thank God. The rear gate of the graveyard hangs from its hinges, but not from age. It seems it has been taken apart, maybe widened, even to let something through. Beyond is a deep forest. And we go to the woods. You walk for half an hour through thick trees along a narrowing track until you reach a fork in the road. To the left, the track gets narrower still. To the right, a massive shadow looms, so large it seems as though a colossus has seated itself on the wall in thought. A chill wind blows through you, as though ghosts walk back and forth this way. Look at the shadowy shape. The shadow to the right has a jagged silhouette. It is a ziggurat, with perhaps 100 steps leading to its apex. The trees whisper and move. Looking left, you see a distant flicker of torchlight through the trees. The north gate, perhaps. Night is drawing in, you should get moving. Things whisper in the trees. Okay, let's investigate the ziggurat. You stand at the base of a towering ziggurat built from carved stone blocks, each the size of a hay bale. The temple rises higher than the city wall, and you positioned to catch the first star of evening at its uppermost point. A moment which is just past. Okay, look for an opening. You tilt your head back, looking for an opening. Finally make one out. A small black dot, about a third of the way up, but even that is quite some climb. For less devoted worshippers, a small gargoyle by the steps has an open mouth, ready to accept offerings. Let's get climbing. You begin to climb, hauling yourself up the first step. Either this ziggurat was built for giants or ascended as an act of devotion. The next few steps are equally exhausting. You have to throw your pack up first and follow. Cast a spell. Let's make ourselves big. Let's just walk on up. This looks like a job for big. You cast the spell, swelled to 3 times the size. You're now able to run up the stairs. But the scale quickly changes. It seems the builders of the pyramid created an optical illusion, and the later steps are not as high as the lower ones. The change is so gradual that you hardly notice as the spell fades. You reach a halfway point almost as high as the city wall beyond, and pause to rest. You are halfway up. Friezes of gargoyles in polished metals ring the temple on this level. Just take in the view. You pause to take in the view. From this side of the ziggurat you can see nothing but the top of the wall, and beyond the gleaming darkness of the marshes of the backlands. Walk around the north face. We're just having an old look. You move around to the north face. You can see the path ahead running straight between wild and overgrown trees. Seems very few people come this way anymore. The north gate itself is now visible, however, and appears deserted. Then you notice a point of light. A torch has been lit between the trees. Watch the torches. You watch as the torches move through the trees towards the path. They are making slow progress, but they are moving towards the graveyard and presumably from there on into town. The wind claws at you, trying to pull you to earth. Gotta climb higher. We gotta keep going up this ziggurat. You continue the weary climb to the first level of the ziggurat. Rika, thank you for 100 bits. The ring is a circle. You climb for another 20 minutes up the steep stone steps until you are gasping and panting for breath once more. But finally, you reach the dark opening that you saw from the base of the temple. The steps themselves continue up a little further still to the very peak of the temple. Look in the opening. The opening is guarded by rock-sculptured images of unimaginable creatures. Beyond, you see a long dark hallway with something large and gleaming at the far end. Oh... Oh, don't rewind. Let's go in here. You step into the temple. The hollow space amplifies your footsteps, and they echo eerily for several moments. On the floor, in gilt inlay, is written the name of the god who inhabits this space. It seems that it's the ziggurat of Corga, the Gracious. Wait and listen. You wait for a few heartbeats to see if you disturb anything. Nothing happens, and then you catch the tail of a gigantic snake slithering across the floor and disappearing into a crack in one wall. From the markings along its back, it looks highly poisonous. Let's go. You enter the temple, but the snake still manages to catch you by surprise, launching itself from a crack in the ceiling behind you. Here we go. Let's fight Snakey Boy. Oh, we got him down. The temple snake is retreating, but you give chase. You cleave the air with your sword. With a weird scream that echoes through around the cold stone, the snake dies. Its head crashing to the floor. Our sword is so good. I don't think the ring helped us there, but we killed him. Did we have an option to do something with the ring there? I don't think we did. The ring specified serpents as well, I guess. Yeah. I think it's to do because the next book, spoiler alert, Book 3 of Sorcery is called The Seven Serpents. Okay, so it's it's gonna be practical. But yeah, I think that was just an ordinary snake. You wipe your sword clean and wait for the violent echoes of the fight to fade away. Then you go further in. The sight of the shrine takes your breath away. The walls are decorated with brightly colored murals depicting scenes from the religious mythology of Kharé. Fine ornaments and precious metals are set into alcoves around the pews, and rich woven tapestries cover every surface. A cunning trick of architecture catches the wind past the doorway and creates a constant ethereal humming, as though a crowd of monks sat in permanent meditation inside. Further in. At the end of the hallway, 4 large stone gargoyles of winged demons watch over the shrine from mounts high up in the caves, guarding the altar on which a gigantic idol squats. Corga himself. Approach it. You walk up towards the altar, across a richly patterned carpet. Something about it gives you pause. Its surface is decorated with wide symbols that seem too deliberate to be accidental. Okay, avoid the circles. Avoid the circles. This is how we get across. You walk up to the altar, stepping carefully around the circle in the carpet, and reach the altar steps without incident. We don't trust circles. Circle equals dead. You stand before the idol, a fat statue set with gems and curious pock-marked features. Above its head is a plaque that bears an inscription. Yeah, let's read it. It reads, "On Corga's face you kiss a cross and finish with the lips. For answers to your questions you must err, not else he spits." You step nervously up to the idol until you are below the great statue. You consider the idol. When you met Tita in the wasteland, he told you something about Corga. The left eye. That's how you start. You kiss the idol. You stand on tiptoes and leaning in, prepared to kiss the statue. But where? The humming in the temple seemed to be getting louder. Okay. Okay, start with the left eye. First you place the kiss in the idol's left eye. Form a cross, so we go for the right eye. You hear something flitter in the upper levels of the temple. Forehead. You lean over and kiss the idol on its forehead. Do I do the nose? Do I go all the way down, or do I just go straight to the lips? I think I just go straight to the lips. I think we ignore the nose. Finally, you lean low and kiss the idol's lips. As you straighten once more, you see the idol's eyes flick open. A soft voice issues from its mouth. "Stranger, you are not of my fate," whispers the god, "and yet you have completed my ritual. How can that be? I am lucky. I have used my wits." I've used my wits. The god laughs softly. "My brother Passionate is the god of thieves and tricksters, but you are in my temple today. I will answer 3 questions, if you have questions to ask. Take a moment to think over everything you have learnt, and not learnt, about the Northgate spell. You remember Tita and his poorly remembered spell line, by Corga's grace and Something's pride. But you've only learnt very few lines of the spell. Okay, who is the god of pride? Let's get that one covered. You listen closely as the idol replies to your question. The god of pride is my own brother. His name is Forga, but he's fallen from favor without our pantheon of deities, and has not been worshipped by the people of Kharé for close to a century. You straighten up, please. You now know the complete version of Lord Theda's line of the gate spell. The spell lines you have found are listed in the keys section of your inventory. We got one. We got one. That's our first spell line. After like 4 hours in this book. We don't have any other. I don't... How can I avoid the portal traps? You just don't step in them. I know that. Tell me to spell for the gate. I don't think he will. What will my fate hold in the backlands? Put your ear close to the idol's mouth to hear the god speak its answer. Stranger, it says, there will be no fate for you in the backlands. You do not know the 4 spell lines needed to open the North Gate, and without these you cannot pass through. Or, the god falls mysteriously quiet. No, I see a path. Go forward. But know too that you will go back. The god waits for your final question. He's not going to tell me the spell. He's not going to tell me the spell. There's no way. But this one we know. This one, it's not really going to help us. We just have to kind of keep going. Tell me the spells for the gate, you command, hoping for the god's aid. I cannot tell you the spell, Corga replies, after a long and mysterious pause. Only the nobles know. Mullis, Shinva, Tita, and Lorag. The last of these is a follower of Corga, and his line is... 2 tumblers 2 sealed deep inside. Oh shit. He told us one. We know 2 lines of the spell now. Find the others and the spell will be yours. The last lines of the spell. Because there was an inscription on the grave. We know where Shinva is. Moonlast was the first one, wasn't he? Oh god, if we had charcoal and a means to light up that temple, we'd be able to do it. Now, he intones, I have a question for you. You've completed my ritual. Do you wish to enter my worship? What sort of god are you? Corga seems to almost smile. I am the god of grace, he replies. There are few as generous as I. The dolphin is not going to help us right now. I don't know if I want him to be my god. No, Theta warned you. He did actually warn us, didn't he? He told us to be careful. I'm not joining the cult. No, you shake your head. So be it, Corga answers. There's a brief murmur as Corga blesses you, gracious even in rejection, and the temple falls quiet once more. You turn and head out the temple door. Look, I'm a follower of the dolphin. Okay? Back by the opening in the temple. Climb for the top. Oh, there goes that stamina I gained. You turn back to the steps and climb higher, all the way to the top of the ziggurat. Night has fallen. Stars spread across the sky in a peaceful repose that belies their true nature. Warring spirits, tussling for control of the world below. Let's look at the stars. With your head tilted back, you can see more stars than you've ever seen in this city. Perhaps you are above the level of the lights and the smog and the dust, or perhaps more stars choose to cluster here, around this sacred site. You are a true mage and not a mere sorcerer. Who knows what spells one could weave at a spot like this? Try to fashion a spell. Ooh. You lean back and look up, trying to recognize the stars from your studies. Can I make a spell? Fuck. Oh god, there's actually like a chance. Luck. Wait, can I? Is there an O? Ah, there's no UG. I was gonna see if I can make Pug. What spell do we make? We can make luck? I don't know if this will do anything. Gun. There's no G, guys. There's no G. You don't have every letter available. You only have the ones here. Yeah. Let's try luck. Unknown. You fashion the stars into alignment and an enchantment is created. You feel a strange force entering your bones, as though you were growing stiff, and you begin to shake. Something has happened to you, but what? What effect will it have, and how long will it last? You have found one of the secret spells of the Temple of Corga. What a stroke of luck! The icy wind chills you to the bone. Look at the view. You look out across the city. In the far distance you see torches in the woods towards the north gate. Looking back you see the lights of Kharé coming on and the shouts of revelers, drunks and nighttime thieves. Kharé has no idea what is coming. The view is quite wondrous, but your journey beckons. Let the long climb back down the ziggurat once more. Up on down. Turn to the opening. Climb back down. Climb back down. Going back down is easier. Halfway down you pause to rest. Look at the view. You look out to the north. The thick trees are still by torchlight and you hear the distant baying of wolves. Oh. Wait longer. Half an hour passes. Nothing changes except the sky grows colder and the wind picks up, cutting through your cloak. I could keep waiting. Wait longer. You settle down to wait on one of the stone steps, watching as the line of torches fans out through the trees and marches slowly forwards. As some disappear, new ones are lit, but eventually, after the sun is finally gone and the stars come up above you, the trees around the north gate are inky blank. There's no light except for a single flame on the gate itself. The way through the forest should now be clear. You've seen enough. You climb quickly back down the steps and retrace your steps to the fork in the road. Okay, we dodged some wolves, yeah. That's pretty good. Kai, thank you for £2. Are you gonna make a series on YouTube for this game? I for sure would watch it. Yeah, so all the VODs from this one are gonna be uploaded to the main YouTube channel. Everyone watching on the main YouTube channel right now, how's it going, lads? Yeah, for sorcery, it's a little bit different how we do it, because you can't. I don't want to chop bits of it out. I want people to like be able to watch the full thing. This is basically like the longest videos that will ever be on the channel. This one's gonna be over 4 hours. Like Jesus. You walk between clawing trees and thick bushes. The north gate is finally in sight. You can see its imposing, ornately carved wooden doors over the top of the guard huts and low buildings that lie at the end of this road. Stride forwards. Stride forwards, footsteps crunching loudly on the gravel below. In a few minutes you have reached the edge of Kharé, but between here and there is a long road, lined by thick and gloomy trees, a patch of wildflowers like you haven't seen in the hills. Let's go cautiously. You make your way slowly forward, trying to ensure your feet do not crunch too loudly on the gravel. Something is keeping pace with you, just behind the tree line, stalking you. Stop and look. Uh-oh. You stop and turn to look into the trees. There's a faintest flicker of a gleam, and that is all the warning you get. A wild bristle beast leaps out from the trees and knocks you down. Scramble for your sword. Let's get going. Keep injuring him. Okay, he's almost down. If I just defend a hit or two. Okay, I can trade one more stamina to get him. Yeah, and that was a smart play to do because my meter wasn't high enough. We got him. 2 stamina lost. That's okay. The night air falls silent once more. You continue on quickly through the trees. The North Gate. You have reached the North Gate. The ground before it is wide and clear, and lit by blazing torches set into brackets either side of the enormous sealed doors. Should there be archers hiding in the shadows, they would have clear sight on you. Off the one side is a well, but there is no other cover. You don't know all of the spell lines, of course. Perhaps the gate will open to adopt spell after all. There is a well there. We're going back. I could just try wing it. What does my spell do? Can I cast luck? No, it doesn't seem to be there right now. Stride over to the gate. Throwing caution to the wind, you step out of the shadows and approach the gate. Time to see if you learned enough in your travels through the city to unlock the gate. You reach the other side of the clearing and skate and stand below the enormous doors. It's time to recite the spell. You knock firmly on the door. When there is no response, you call out, "I am here to open this gate." There is no response. You begin to wonder if you have been tricked, if there is no gate here at all, and this is simply an illusion, painted across a solid stone wall. Suddenly, you are not alone. A phantom voice issues from the wood itself. "Halt, stranger," it booms. "Do you know the spell which controls the gate?" I do. I don't have all the lines. Although you only know 2 of the lines. You know a few, although you realize you do not know which order the lines go in. And I await your command, the voice booms. Across the clearing you hear a scrabbling sound of metal on stone. There's no time for that now. Like Corga's grace and Forga's pride. Something is definitely moving in the corner of the clearing, but you cannot stop now. Tumblers too sealed deep inside. You stand back to wait to see if what effect your lines had had. The voice has gone silent. I gotta look round. What's going on here? You look around towards the well. It is crawling with figures, long claws and flashing swords, and hunched bodies scrabbling in the dirt. Goblins! Then the voice booms out. Incorrect. This door is sealed. There is no time for another guess. The goblins are charging across the dust towards you. Dash into the shadows. There is no way you can fight 100 goblins, so you dash aside into the shadows. We're near the gate now. The goblins pour up to the gate. Are they going to try and ram it? But then they stop, and in their midst a small figure is being propelled forward. You cannot clearly see him, but he is wearing a dull metal circlet on his brow, which he clutches as though it was keeping him safe. Their king, perhaps, but since when have goblins had king? He is surrounded by a guard of nearly 20 goblins, as though he was indeed precious. Hang back. Oh god, you hang back watching as the figure nears the gate. Leaning down to the lock, he whispers something, but you cannot hear what he says. A moment later, the gate begins to move. It's opening. I don't know if I should run just yet. Oh, people are saying, okay, run for it. Alright. This is your chance to leave the city. You rush forwards, waving your sword madly to clear a patch through the goblins. You are nearly through, and suddenly a great cry goes up from outside the walls. Something is moving out there. Watch. Oh dear, you stand suddenly rooted to the spot in the middle of this clearing as a great cry goes up from outside the walls. More goblins are emerging from behind hillocks and low rises in the land outside the gate. There are thousands of them. They are fully armed and they are storming into Kharé, filling the clearing and meeting their hill cousins in a loud and violent celebration. They are fully armed and they are storming in... Oh, I got that, sorry. The man with the circlet at the gate cries with glee. A new day for Kharé begins, he cries, clambering onto the shoulders of a nearby goblin as though about to make a speech. Quite suddenly, the goblins that are carrying him let him go. He cries out as he falls to the ground. A sword goes up, slashing down. There is a scream. They have murdered their own king. What is going on here? The circlet from his head rolls to your feet. The goblins, clashing sword and shield, look towards the city with violent eyes. What happens if I take the circlet? From the way the king was clutching the circlet, you might have thought it was a thing of power, perhaps akin to the crown of kings itself, but it is nothing. Cheap hammered iron. It still bears the groove from when it was once a goblin sword. You toss it into the dust. Go for the gate? Their attacking Kharé is not your concern. Darting forward through the crowd of creatures, you head for the open gate in the backlands. Run for the gate. You run for the gate, but your progress is slow. Goblins are surging in, and they are starting to organize. One, a leader of some kind, is hoisted up by the others so he can address the crowd. Kharé falls, he screams in his guttural voice, and every creature dies. Suddenly, goblin eyes are turning on you, as if they had not seen you before. One springs forward, but there are 100 more behind. We're running for it. Cannot keep this up. Wave after wave of goblins fill in the yard. You cannot hope to kill them with all just your sword. You turn and race away into the shadows. Then a voice rings out. Stop. There is a better way. Look for the speaker. You look around but can see no one. But all around you something is happening. It is as though the goblins have slowed down. Their warmongering become an absurd, stately dance. The noise in the clearing dulls to a low rumble. I commanded you to stop, the voice cries. And suddenly you feel yourself rigid. From the smoke of the torches by the gate, a figure emerges. Who are you? You call out. We have not met, the figure replies. It is an old man with a long beard and deep black irised eyes. He paces through the churning goblin army to stand in the open. His legs disappear into a spectral trail. He is at least part weight. Step forward, he commands, and you find yourself bidden. Let's approach the figure. The goblins seem to part around you like smoke as you approach the figure. I have aligned 3 stars, the ghostly man declares. Vic rises tonight. The goblins show their hand tonight. But also you. You are here tonight. My name, the figure intones, is Lorag. I was once a scholar and a noble of this city. Later, I founded it. This is the first founder of the city. I need to leave this city. So you have been searching for the spell lines, he replies. I know. It is a task I have laid out for you. But the gate is already open. Don't you know the spell? Why do you need me? But the gate is already open. The goblins open it. Their leader did. The figure slowly shakes his head. The spell does not open the gate. His tone is heavy and dark, like tarred timber. The spell controls it. And there are deep magics burned into the wood itself. Magics that have poisoned the city and burnt fire into the eyeballs of those who live nearby. He stares at you, his cold black eyes express no emotion. Deep magics I placed there to be used by you, tonight. I am dead, you must act for me. How can I find the spell lines? I tried to find them, but they are too well hidden. The lines are known to 4 nobles. Lord Shinva is dead, but not yet forgotten. In his mausoleum in the necropolis, Lord Mulas was a follower of the god Slang, and in his shrine near the docks of Lower Kharé you may learn his line. Oh, the lower docks of the city, we completely missed that. But there's no more time. What's going on? There is a magic, Lorag replies, that will give you the time you need. I cast it on myself once and went far back to before the city was built. I found it, Kharé. Now you will save it. He waits to let his words sink in. If you will allow me, he says, I will bend time itself so that you may return to the city and find the spell for the gate. So, shall you take the adventure, or will you leave Kharé to burn? Understand also, he adds darkly, I will curse you and the journey to follow if you do not assist me. You hesitate. Kharé is a city port of traps, but also of secrets, and there is still more you might find. Can you afford to let the city port burn? You step back. I am sorry, you declare solemnly, and I am no one's servant. Lorag seems to shrink a little from your will. Then he says, I will help you travel past the wall of Kharé, that you may watch its fires burn from safety and see what your selfishness has wrought. But I will come for you as a curse. There is nothing for me here. You feel the elephant drifting further from you than ever before as another spirit takes its place. The wizard is somehow entering your very soul. The ghost wizard raises a finger and boasts with a dark green ring and points at you. A moment later, you are somewhere else. The other side of the gate. We did it! We got through the city port! The marsh goblins race into the city through the open gate, meeting their hill goblin cousins in raucous celebration. You see torches waving and swords clashing. Let's just keep watching. More and more marsh goblins are streaming through the gate as though the backlands were a carcass split to reveal a host of maggots. Against such a force, no city could stand. Sure enough, you soon see the first rooftop ablaze. By morning, Kharé will be no more. Are you happy, Annalander? Murmurs Lorag in your mind. I'm very happy. We destroyed the city. You turn your back. Your own road lies ahead, through the plains of Badubak and on towards Mampang. The backlands await. You remember the words of the Sightmaster Sergeant as you left the outpost settlement. Once you have crossed the city port of traps, you will enter the backlands. They say that day and night are controlled by forces other than the sun. And from Kharé, too, your progress will be watched. The voice of Lorag echoes in your head as well, calling you coward, traitor, and rogue, and damning you with every step you take. He is your only god now, but he wishes you nothing but ill. We did it! We saved Kharé! Your journey across Kharé is completed. In the course of your journey, you destroyed the city port of Kharé, and your spirit guide was replaced by the soul of Lorag the Wizard. You played 9 games of Swindlestones, winning 7 and losing 2. You learned that silver weapons harm the undead. You collected a few magical artifacts, 2 bloomberry potions, and a green-haired wig. Also, you found a serpent ring. You were armed with a legendary sword, and your original sword, and have no rations and no gold pieces, and a spell book. Continue!